Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Union Pacific engineer has been charged with being on drugs while driving a train loaded with 16,000 tons of hazardous materials across eastern Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Christopher Richards told deputies he fell asleep a little bit and possibly for the whole trip.
This Union Pacific train driver and engineer has been charged with reckless endangerment, also being under the influence of a controlled substance for an 8-hour trip that he did, driving a fully loaded, almost 16,000-ton train full of hazardous materials, flammable, some explosive type of materials, from Nebraska to Cheyenne. But he apparently had really bizarre behavior, according to this court file, that he urinated on himself a couple of times. He was just behaving aggressive and very bizarre with his coworkers.
Laramie County Sheriff Brian Kozak tells Cowboy State Daily that the train was stopped prior to reaching the depot in Cheyenne, adding that Union Pacific was very cooperative in the operation. Reed Reiner is accusing Wyoming Secretary of State Chuck Gray of hypocrisy for backing wind leases despite criticizing the industry frequently. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Gray fired back, calling Reiner's attacks desperate and linking him to Las Vegas values.
He's also had issues with specific leases. And so Reiner said that is an issue. He leveled some insults at Gray, and he also said that Gray did an about-face on, and he did vote in favor of a gravel pit and then later came to be one of its biggest opponents. But Gray retorted, saying that Cowboy State Daily should investigate Reiner's Las Vegas values. It's potentially a jab because Reiner had run to become city councilman in Las Vegas in 2017.
Gray and Reiner are in a growing field of Republican U.S. House hopefuls headed into the August 18th primary election. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This has been another safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The mayor of Mills is frustrated that a Tuesday ruling postponed and scaled back a 440-megawatt solar farm. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the project was supposed to transform thousands of acres of private land into one of Wyoming's largest renewable energy installations.
The mayor of Mills today told Cowboy State Daily that they've been tracking this, they've been holding up their end of the bargain, and they would like to see some kind of impact reassessment. You know, they hoped that maybe a new hearing could be set and they could make their case. Look, we fronted these costs. These delays are costing us. The mayor also said that there have been talks about adjusting the impact costs and perhaps NextEra stepping in and filling some kind of financing gap Mills feels like it's been stuck in.
The Industrial Siting Council on Tuesday approved an amendment to the Dino Solar Energy Project's permit, pushing the construction start date back to March 3rd, 2029. Don't Count Wyoming meteorologist Don Day is a believer in a much-repeated forecast for a super El Nino. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that although Day says conditions for an El Nino, which would bring moisture to Wyoming, are good, he says it's way too early to predict a super version.
Most meteorologists are hesitant to give you a forecast that's beyond 14 days, if that. So it's entirely possible we could be in an El Nino by the summer. But with the amount of time between then and now and several other factors, Cowboy State meteorologist Don Day says anything talking about a super El Nino coming is just clickbait.
Several meteorologists say that we're in for another El Nino that is forming over the Pacific Ocean. That means the ocean's surface temperatures are getting warmer along the equator, which always has wide-reaching impacts across the Western Hemisphere. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I got it. What are you doing in there?
What's that?
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
Good Wednesday morning, Cowboy State Daily Show. Off and running on this March 25th. Special guest today, Senator Eric Barlow will join the discussion. He's running to become the 34th governor of Wyoming. We'll talk about the campaign, and he is hitting it hard. He's been to all 23 counties twice over. He's looking for a three-peat now as he's put miles on the pickup. Max Mickelson, mayor of Rock Springs, will stop in and give us the State of the City address, same one he gave a few weeks ago. General Luke Reiner will be here. We'll talk about various issues like a potential boots-on-the-ground conflict with Iran. He can bring unique insight. And boring a tunnel through Teton Mountains. Can Elon Musk do it? Yeah, we're going to cover a lot of ground with Luke. Get ready. Larry Hicks will be here, Senate member. Wyoming Senator Larry Hicks will stop in and tell us what he thought about the budget session. Jared Petrino will talk UW sports. Fish and Wildlife Service Director Brian Nesvik, formerly a Wyoming guy. Oh, yeah, he's one of ours. He'll stop in straight out of D.C. And diesel delete mechanic Troy Lake. And the saga is not over. He's the guy who went to prison for making trucks run correctly. Trucks, buses, big rigs that burn diesel. The EPA slapped a friendly air device on there, friendly to the environment device in the Biden era. And if you dare jimmy with that or work around it or get rid of it, it was a prison offense. Federal prison. Troy Lake will pop in, and he's been pardoned, but he'll tell us why the story doesn't end there. Those stories and many more on the Wednesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily. We'll also be checking out a few stories that interest me from Cowboy State Daily over the last 24 hours. I mean, how can you not think of the Grateful Dead? At least that's my go-to when it comes to Casey Jones. Driving that train high on cocaine. Allegedly. The song does not feature the allegedly, but I'm adding that. I think of all the versions, this song's just so uniquely the Dead. Did they write it? They couldn't have written it. Maybe they did. Casey Jones, the folk hero from Jackson, Tennessee, about whom songs have been written, TV shows produced, etc., etc. Casey Jones, a real person, American folk hero, locomotive engineer. He died in a train crash in 1900. And ever since then, everybody's been writing songs. And mostly the same one. Casey Jones. Driving that train. Johnny Cash did a version. High on cocaine. I don't know what this dude was on, but he was on something. Normally, sober people do not pee their pants twice during an interview. Normally. Normally, people are able to stay awake at the job unless you're working C-trick. If you're doing overnights, if you're doing overnights as the graveyard security guy, okay, you might nod off about 2:30, a little 20-minute nap, but you shouldn't be sleeping when you're in charge with 16,000 tons of hazardous materials driving a train. Now, driving the train, I don't want to get this far into the story, but I'm so excited about it. It's got so many elements to it. It's got the danger. I mean, this guy's driving a loaded missile. And if this thing derails, and we've seen train derailments, all it takes is a good Wyoming wind to knock a train over. And hazardous materials, that's not good. That ups the ante a little bit. And then you're driving the train high on cocaine, allegedly, or high on something. In fact, the guy was interviewed by a new drug specialist dude. This was his first job. There's another part of the fun story. The agency, I think it's Brian Kozak's group. Yeah, it is. Sheriff Kozak has a brand new, drug expert dude. His whole job is to figure out what you're high on. That's his gig. And he's been specially trained to sit down with you, have a little chat and say, yeah, this dude is tweaked out. Most of us could do that. This is a job that I could do this job. I think I could do it. I don't even need to be in the room with him. I could do it online over a Zoom, 12-minute Zoom call. I could interview this dude, Richards, his name, Christopher Richards. And I could tell in 10 minutes the guy is on something and probably what. And probable cause, I think it was Deputy Sean Teeter that filed the charges, made the arrest, etc. Kozak's new LCSO, Laramie County Sheriff's Office, along with the help of the trained people, UP officials. And it was Sergeant George Martinez. He's the guy recently certified as drug recognition expert. That's, of course, a DRE. You know, they love the acronyms in law enforcement and education. Nobody uses acronyms more. And this was his first, Sheriff Kozak said, enforcement evaluation. Martinez determined Richards was under the influence of something, likely meth or cocaine. There we go, the story. High on cocaine, driving that train. Casey Jones, better watch your speed. Yeah, you got to listen to me sing it, because if I play the Grateful Dead, I'm going to get in trouble. Christopher Richards, potentially high on cocaine, driving that train. I have so many follow-up questions, beginning with, what does it take to drive a train? I mean, it's on tracks. Talk about automated cars. I mean, can't we have automated trains? What do you even need a train conductor for anyway? And why do you need a train conductor and a train engineer? Because apparently both were on this train. Which one actually drives, the engineer or the conductor? And what do they do? And why can't you fall asleep on a train? Because once you get the speed going, it's kind of, push and play and click and play. It's pretty, I can't imagine there are great challenges to driving a train. I'm sure it's more complicated than that, but, you know, it can't make a right turn while you're asleep that you didn't want to make. It can't make a left. Like, you wake up and go, oh, darn, we should have turned in Mills, Wyoming. We missed Cheyenne. I mean, you got to go where the tracks are. I don't know. It's just interesting because it's actual folklore come real life. Art imitates life. Life imitates art. The great song over the folklore legend, Casey Jones, comes alive again now. How many years later? 126 years later. 1900. And fast forward to 2026, and we got a modern day Casey Jones that said he might have fell asleep for a little while or the whole trip. Interview over. This is a short interview if I'm the drug specialist. We want you to talk to this train conductor. Tell me if he's high. Okay. Were you awake at all times? Well, I might have fell asleep for just a little bit. Or maybe the whole ride. Well, which is it? And then the fact that, you know, visually you check and the guy's wet himself. Okay, interview over. Yeah, he's high on something. Case closed. Martinez had an easy assignment for the first gig. This guy, we got to tell you, his answers are all over the place. He said something about an atomic bomb being on the train. He admitted to killing his cats recently. He's a mess. He's a train wreck. Oh, yeah. Literally. Casey Jones 2.0. Let's get into the real stuff. There is other news, but that's my favorite of the day. We'll talk about the feud brewing between Reed Reisner and Chuck Gray, Secretary of State Chuck Gray and Reed Reisner. Reisner, according to Claire, it's Reisner started it, taking a shot at Chuck and his woke wind and where he stands with that. And Secretary of State Chuck Gray fired back, and those two are going at it, both running for U.S. House. Breaking news now today. March 25th, and for the last 24-hour news cycle, Reed Reisner has not sued anybody. All right, we got a full day without a lawsuit from Reisner. Breaking news, red flag warning in Casper today. From noon till about 9 tonight, sunny, windy, 82 the high in Casper. I mean, this is beyond unusual. This has gone straight to bizarre weather. We are not yet in April. We're just not even a week into spring. 82 degrees in Casper. Lander 79, red flag warning, high temps and winds, which Lander doesn't usually have. Evanston, red flag warning, sunny 73. Rock Springs 79, red flag warning, sun and wind. Sun and wind in Pinedale, which doesn't usually have wind. 68 the high. Afton sunny and 69. Sunny, windy in DuBois 64. Jackson sunny, breezy 67 degrees. In the Bighorn Basin, Thermopolis 82 degrees, sunny, breezy, red flag warning. Cody sunny. High 75, red flag warning. Red flag warning everywhere, meaning any open flame could quickly become a 1,000-acre blaze, just like that. Boom. Buffalo, red flag warning. Till 9 tonight, mostly sunny, breezy, 77. Sheridan, 81. Sunshine and wind. Gillette, sunny, windy, 80. Newcastle, 80. Sunny and wind. Red flag warning, Torrington, 88, the high in Torrington. I mean, a whisper from 90 degrees in Wyoming on March 25th. No, we have officially entered the Twilight Zone. Do I have the Twilight Zone? I have. No, that's Jeopardy. Well, just imagine Casey Jones, this song, and just imagine Twilight Zone. Because we are there. 88 degrees in Torrington. Douglas, 83. Wind, sun, Cheyenne. Red flag warning till 10 tonight. 81, sunny, windy. Laramie, sunny, 75. That's a Joe Nichols song. Look it up. Red flag warning, Rawlins. Noon to 8 tonight, 77, windy, sunny. Windy, sunny, windy, sunny. Everywhere in Wyoming today, all over the place. We will dig into the news stories, including the coked up train engineer, allegedly, and the feud between Reiner and Greg. Get your popcorn. This should be a good one. We'll be back after this.
Hey, Wyoming. Ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories. Real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
A music bed filled with jocularity is necessary for this story. Lessons learned, hopefully, still lingering concerns when a train conductor is able to drive a train, potentially a hazmat situation. Hazardous material from Nebraska to Cheyenne, 16,000-ton train during a terrifying 8-hour shift. A Union Pacific train engineer remains in jail after his arrest. Christopher Richards. Isn't that the guitarist for the Stones? Now it's all making sense. I believe the Rolling Stones guitarist Richards would totally be on something. Oh, that's Keith Richards. All right. Maybe this is his brother, Keith and Christopher. Christopher Richards, born in 1979. That would make him, let's see, carry the 4, add 1. I don't know. I can't do the math. Born in 79. So many questions about this story. Beginning with Union Pacific. I don't want to blame UP. I love the train lines. I love trains. Everybody loves trains. Union Pacific, man, they built this state. I mean, prior to UP, it was just a few trappers, whole mess of Indians, and no women. That was Wyoming. And we wanted to be a state. We were laughed at until they put the rails in. Now we're getting somewhere. So without UP's contribution to Wyoming, we would never have been a state, certainly. Union Pacific. But I have to question their background checks. Like, you got a guy running a 16,000 train loaded with hazardous materials who, I mean, barely knows where he is, allegedly, in the interview with law enforcement. Christopher Richards is the train engineer. And there's also in the story a train conductor. So my first question is, UP, background check? Resume? What does it take to get a job as a train engineer? And how did Christopher Richards slip through? Or did his problems begin after alleged problems? Bizarre behavior that night concerned the train conductor. So there's a train engineer and a train conductor. I thought the train conductor was the dude that drove the train. Apparently that's the train engineer. And I'm reminded of that episode of The Office. Everything reminds me of The Office, right? The TV show. Remember when Dunder Mifflin is in such bad shape that they almost they declare bankruptcy, and then they're bought by a Florida company. And it's run by Joe Bennett, played by great actress Kathy Bates, right? Is that her name? I don't know, because I thought the Rolling Stones guitarist was Keith Richards. Oh, it is. Kathy, I think it's Kathy Bates. She's so good in everything. Kathy Bates, yeah. She looks so different now. She's lost a ton of weight, and she's now 77 years old. Kathy Bates, The Office. I think she plays Joe Bennett. Yeah. Award-winning actress. So she's on the episode. She's on a few episodes of The Office. And when she's first introduced to the Dunder Mifflin company that her outfit just purchased, she's introduced to Michael Scott, the manager, and Jim, the co-manager. And they're introduced as, this is Jim, the co-manager. This is Michael, the co-manager. And Joe Bennett goes, wait, they're both manager? I thought this guy was a manager. And she said, well, we got two guys doing one job. We're going to have to do something about that. And she did later. But, noted by a spreadsheet thinking CEO. We got two guys doing one job. And that's what I'm reminded in this story. We have a train engineer and a train conductor. Well, who does what? I mean, this isn't the old days where you needed, I assume the train engineer is a fancy term for the guy who shovels coal into the oven. But that's not how they run the trains anymore. So what is the engineer and what is the conductor? And if the conductor isn't the dude driving it, which again is a loose term for operating a train. I mean, how do you driving a train? It's like the easiest gig you can get. No wonder you're on drugs and fall asleep. Where can the train go? One direction on the rails. It could come off the rails, in which case, whether you'd probably rather be asleep. What could you have done about it if it's derailed? I mean, in the old days, you wanted to be awake in case Jesse James or some other gang had put a log on the train and was going to rob it. You had to be alert like a stagecoach driver with your scatter gun, your blunderbuss. But nowadays, what the problem? Maybe you got a coyote on the tracks or a cow. That's why they put that big cow kicker on the front of that train. What do you got to be awake for? And what is driving a train and who does it? The engineer or the conductor? I guess the engineer, because that's the guy in jail. Christopher Richard is the engineer. The conductor said Richards was acting so bizarre, he was scared for his life. He's like, this guy's driving the train and he is on something. And he locked himself in the room, the conductor did. He was scared of him. And the conductor calls it in and said, my engineer is possibly high on cocaine, pulling a Casey Jones. And Sheriff Kozak says, wait a minute, I thought the conductor drove the train. We should get Sheriff Kozak. That'd be my first question if I'm Kozak. And the 911 call comes in and says, yeah, this is the UP conductor. My engineer is high as a kite. Wait a minute, I thought the conductor drove the train. So they stopped this train near Cheyenne. There's another question unanswered. How? I guess it stopped by itself. But I can imagine totally Sheriff Kozak and his deputies just riding alongside this train like 1880 on horses, and lassoing the smokestack and dallying and slowing that thing down. Let's get him on this bend up here. He's got to slow down. But he doesn't slow down because he's sound asleep. And they stop the train. They board the train, and it's obvious that Casey Jones is not all there. Affidavit says, I noted Richards, who we're now going to refer to as Casey Jones, had a disheveled appearance. Casey Jones apparently had urinated in his pants twice throughout the incident being the interview, perhaps. He appeared to be using a length of rope as an improvised belt. So he's doing a Jethro on Beverly Hillbillies. He's got rope for a belt. His eyes appeared to be, quote, very bloodshot. Further discussion with Casey Jones shows he's on a number of prescription medications. Oh boy. Including one equivalent to Ambien. Well, that makes you fall asleep. Again, back to UP and their hiring practices. Do we not do background checks? If a guy's got a subscription Ambien, I don't know I want him at the steering wheel of the train. Laramie County Sergeant George Martinez, recently certified as a drug recognition expert, that's a DRE, trained to recognize when someone's high on stuff, otherwise known as dad, right? I mean, when you need a trained professional, all you need is mom. Come home at 11:30 when you have an 11 o'clock curfew after having 2 beers or smoking a joint. Oh, mom, you're not going to hide that from mom. George Martinez is mom. And one confrontation, and Sergeant Martinez is like, this guy's on something. Martinez determined Casey Jones was under the influence of a central nervous system stimulant, vis-a-vis meth or cocaine, he said. Kozak said his sergeant was unable to determine the exact drugs Richard is on, but he showed signs of both stimulant and depressant use, probably both. He was hopped up, but also couldn't stay awake. Been there, done that on a Saturday night, but I wasn't driving a train full of toxins. When asked if he understood the test, Martinez was demonstrating like the DUI test they give you, like walk the line, stand on one foot, follow the pencil, all that. When asked if he understood the instructions, Casey Jones said, I had my eyes closed. All right, cuff this guy, take him to jail. Bizarre and aggressive behavior made the conductor fear for his life. That's how it all got started. 8-hour train shift, driving from Nebraska to Cheyenne with his train. And the conductor, I think these are the only two dudes on the train, the engineer and the conductor. 127 cars loaded, 55 empty. Top speed, this thing travels about 48 miles an hour. Filled with hazardous materials, potentially flammable, explosive, and dangerous to health. Oh, boy. A loaded missile. And the conductor that was concerned with Casey Jones' behavior said the guy was acting just bizarre. He talked about atomic bombs being placed on the train, how his family could help him make smaller versions of a bomb that would fit on the locomotive. He also made statements regarding having killed his cats. He mentioned deceased family members and attempted to give the conductor multiple random objects out of his backpack. All right. Well, conductor on UP engine number 6360, Casey Jones, still in jail awaiting further charges. There is, by the way, number one question on Facebook, no DUI for operating a train. You can get a DUI for riding a lawnmower. You can get a DUI, I think, for riding a horse. The excuse that my horse is stone sober, officer, is not an excuse. But you cannot get a driving under the influence charge when operating a train. And again, it goes back to the fact that the train can only go one way when on the rails. How sober do you need to be? 408 engagements on the Facebook page. So obviously people are interested in this story, mostly for the comedy aspect, as I am. 65 comments, 108 shares. One of the top stories of the day. Cowboy State Daily. The other fun story is Reiner versus Gray. I guess the undercard was Gray versus Gordon. I mean, we almost saw that. We saw a lot of verbal sparring between Secretary of State Chuck Gray and Governor Mark Gordon. Those two obviously are not BFFs. And it almost came to a head at that one meeting when the governor said, "You want to step outside?" And Secretary Gray said, "Are you threatening me?" Cooler heads prevailed, cooler heads being Superintendent Degenfelder, who said, "Boys, can we get back to the meeting?" Now it's Reiner and Gray, both running for U.S. House. And Casper businessman Reed Reiner has found his way into the headlines for the last week, nearly every day, with lawsuits, and now this dust up with Chuck Gray all over woke energy, both accusing the other of not being Wyoming enough to run for U.S. House. Reiner said, "Gray, you're from California and China." I'm not sure the China derivation. Maybe he takes his orders. He's China Chuck, is what Reed alleges in his Facebook rhetoric, and whenever he's throwing shade at Secretary Gray, he'll call him China Chuck from California. Meanwhile, Secretary Gray calls Reed Reiner a Las Vegas wannabe. because Reiner at one time ran to be on the Las Vegas City Council, one of the wards there. So back and forth, those two going at it, and we're still, months out from the primary. This should be fun. They're not the only two in the House race, and there's another race, of course, and that's to be the 34th governor of the state of Wyoming. And one guy announced before all the rest, all the way back in August, Senator Eric Barlow said, "I'd like to be your next governor." We'll talk with him next.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake back here on a Wednesday, and we check in with now Senator Eric Barlow, vying to be the next 34th governor of the great state of Wyoming. Fourth generation Wyoming homesteading family is Eric Barlow, longtime legislator, House of Representatives. I think you did a stint there, and then
Good morning, Jake.
Senate.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm looking out the window at a beautiful sunrise in northeast Wyoming.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a precious one.
You must get, well, so you're east of me, so you're on the different standard time. I don't have the sun yet, but
Yeah. No, It's beautiful. Got that orange creamsicle look to it this morning.
Oh man, don't you love this state?
Yes, we do. Yes,
So-
we do.
Just finding out where you are is not an easy thing. In fact, I think if you have the app, you can keep up with the tour. Where's Eric this week? You've been everywhere. You and the wife have been in every county twice over, now working on a three-peat for all 23 counties.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this past week, we just actually got back last night at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
It was great to be back on the ranch, but we had a great 6 days on the road and did the southwest corner. You know, you got to be efficient in Wyoming. And so we just went to the southwest and spent time down in there. Started in Jackson and Teton County and Lincoln County, northern, then southern, Sublette County. Had a great visits in all those places, Uinta County, and then ended up in Sweetwater County for a couple of days and met lots of great people. It was a great trip. And of course, you can't beat weather like this to travel in Wyoming. So it was good, really good.
I'm still going to refer to you as Senator, if that's okay.
That's great. I'm Eric. I came into this world Eric. I'll leave this world Eric. That's just the way it is. So
All
thanks.
right. Senator Eric. Yeah. So Eric, yeah, we'll let you know where to find Eric Barlow next. He'll be in Lovell, Powell coming up here soon, Shoshone as well. Let's talk about the run for governor and the timing with your declaration. You said you wanted this job back in August of 25 when many were waiting on, is Harriet Hageman going to run? Is this going to happen? Waiting. You went in first. What was the intention there? Some say it's to develop your war chest, but fundraising, I don't know, it's going to take.
Yeah. So, I mean, the decision wasn't an easy one, right?
Yeah.
And we've been serving, my wife and I serve in our community. We serve, obviously in the legislature and do things, to make our community better, to make Wyoming a better, stronger place. And when you understand what you believe in and care for, and that's the state of Wyoming, there's only a certain places that you really feel like you can do that work. The legislature was meaningful, and I've had a great time, and we had some really big successes, and maybe we'll get to a little bit of that in this last session and even during my 14 years. But the decision was, what can I do to make Wyoming a better, stronger place alongside working together with all of Wyoming's people? And that was governor of Wyoming. Now, I'm from the northeast corner, as you said. I've got to learn about what's going on in the rest of the state. And to do that, you got to get across the state. And for me, that meant I had to start early and work hard. And, we're back on the road again. We just got done with the legislative session. We're back on the road, going out and meeting people, learning about the things that are important to them. And they're all Wyoming things. I can tell you that. People they're looking at what's happening in Wyoming and how can we make Wyoming a stronger, better place.
You're learning about each community, each county, each concerns of Wyoming. Service is service, as you said. House, Senate, it's all the same. You're serving the great state of Wyoming. As governor, you got to serve all of it. And you probably had in Cheyenne an eye-opening experience as to what different districts, what their concerns were. And now you're putting in the windshield time to see what they are in person.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I have great colleagues from all over the state of Wyoming. 60 House members when I was in the House. It's now 62, as you know, redistricting changed the number. But I can go to almost any community in the state of Wyoming, and there's someone I served with that I respect and know, and just say, hey, what's going on? And they'll say, hey, you know what? If you want to learn about that, here's who you need to talk to. Here's who, knows this issue. Here's who is concerned about this. And here's who sees a great opportunity. So those are the relationships. That's the other thing about being in the legislature. So it was a blessing to build relationships all across Wyoming, whether it's in the healthcare, the fire services, or industry. I've got oil, coal, gas, connections all over the state of Wyoming for all these different issues because we worked on them during the legislature. So you build that cadre of experts, subject matter experts, and people and trust. And then you get to go and meet more people. It's a powerful thing, really is.
Eric, the governor is going to lead the state. That's what the governor does. So a leadership role in what you did in Cheyenne, I think, is also important. It's not, enough to just be a lawmaker, to sponsor some bills, to vote yay or nay. You had leadership roles, majority leader, Speaker of the House when you were in the House. I mean, that requires bringing everybody together, uniting everybody.
Yeah, and I think I'll give two things. One, there were 60 members in the House. We had almost as many people, staff, supporting the work we did. So it's not just the legislators that you're working with; it's the folks that actually make the sausage, make things happen in the background, make us successful, make us productive. And then you're also balancing and interacting with the public, all the different interests, the industries, et cetera, to ensure that they have a fair shake, a fair chance at input into that legislative process. So it was quite an honor. And I'll tell you that when I went in, I made the case to my colleagues to be the Speaker of the House. I said, look, we can do this, and we can do this well with relationships and respecting the process, respecting the institution. And I believe that's what we did. And it was, as you know, not an easy time. I was Speaker during COVID. And part of it is you build relationships with the governor and with the president of the Senate, so you can be functional and productive and when you're doing. And President Dockstader at that time, Dan Dockstader from over in your neck of the woods, he and we visited 3-4 times a day. That's what it takes. It takes building relationships, trust, and then going and doing the work and being effective.
I can see from your campaign materials, Wyoming values economic strength, limiting government overreach. I know you're pro-firearm, is just about every Republican is. Former U.S. Marine and veterinarian Eric Barlow writing for Wyoming. Give me, let's hit some of the campaign platforms and just who are you? What are you running on for governor?
Well, I think what I hear as I'm going across the state is people want their freedoms protected. Just no question about that. Yeah. You named a half a dozen of those things just in that. They want a robust economy that works on Wyoming's terms, not someone else, outsiders saying, hey, this is what you should do this, you should do that. They want it on Wyoming's terms, including protecting our public lands and private property rights, big part of our economy, as you well know. And then the final thing is we need thriving communities. We need communities where young people want to raise their families, get their educations, have the health care that they need. So you put those three things together, and that's what Wyomingites are looking for, the opportunities. This is a magnificent state. Honest, hardworking people, love their freedoms, love their public lands, and opportunity is what we all need to make things happen. I've been blessed, and obviously you've been blessed too, because we've had those opportunities. Ultimately, what are you and I doing, and what are all of us doing to make the next generation choose to be in Wyoming? And that's what this is all about. The next generation choosing to be in Wyoming because the opportunities are here based on a solid economy, or, the communities they want to be a part of.
You mentioned private property rights, one of the things you'll be concerned with as governor. That is really complex. The more you peel back the onion, it's a lot of different interests tugging in different directions. Private property rights. That's a tough one.
Oh, it's always tough, but we have a basis in our Constitution, and that's where we should start all of these discussions, and start with that basis in the Constitution, and then work from there. And there are competing interests. To your point, there's competing interests, but there's a way to resolve I believe every discussion about this on public lands is the same thing, right? We have a tension. A year ago, we were having a much different conversation about public lands, and there was a lot of interest in doing different things. And, I brought that resolution. Sorry, I'm just going to bring it up. Senate Joint 9 that said, hey, folks, how do we value public lands? And it was, very strong from across the state and in the legislature. We value public lands. Let's keep them protected and keep the decisions if there's changes to be made. And let's be clear, there are things we'd like the federal government to do differently and better. But those discussions, we need to be at the table. We need to be driving those discussions right here in Wyoming.
A high school sweetheart, Kelly, she would make a great first lady. You've really incorporated her in everything you do. She's always there by your side.
Well, let's be clear. She's been by my side. We've been married 35 years here in a month, just over a month. We'll be 35 years married. She was a sweetheart in 9th grade in the hallway of Twin Spruce Junior High School when I first saw her. She's the rock of my life. Our faith together and each other, that's what keeps us, our family. our service to our community, and then, ultimately, hopefully, the service to the state of Wyoming. That's what keeps it. This is a family affair, right?
Yeah.
There's no joke. You've got to have a strong family to do this, and Kelly and I are strong, and we've got 2 great kids and a community that's supporting us.
So what's going to matter more in this campaign, Eric, miles or money? You are putting in the miles, no doubt about it. But, boy, it's an estimated millions it'll take to win a campaign for governor. Holy cow. That's where we are.
Yeah, so I think I've boiled it down to the basics maybe, and prayers. We're people of faith, and, we're asking people to come alongside, not us personally, but the state of Wyoming, and the citizens of Wyoming. So we see that future that really is honoring to each other and to whatever your faith is. So prayer, yes, money is absolutely critical in a campaign, because you've got to spread your message across the state. And even though you put in the windshield time, to your point, and you meet lots of people, there's still more to meet. There's still more to meet. There's still more to get your message in front of, and so we're gonna keep doing it. We're having a great fundraising is going well. We've got 800 Wyoming people who've contributed to the campaign. That's pretty solid in my view. We can look around at what other people have raised and what they're doing and things, but our numbers are really strong, and there's a lot of interest, and we're pleased and humbled to have that kind of support. And then, of course, ultimately, let's be very honest about this. The ultimate is August 18th, the Republican primary, and folks got to show up and exercise their right to participate in this great, republic that we have, and vote. And the Republican primary, I'm a Wyoming kid, a Wyoming conservative Republican. That's where my name will be on the ballot, is on August 18th. And I'm looking for folks' support there, because all the prayers, money, you still got to show up and vote.
Eric Barlow is vying to be the next governor of Wyoming. We're talking with him. Regarding your whistle stop tour in Jackson, I noticed the people that were around, that helped organize, that were alongside, and for me, I know those people, and you're mixing with the right people, I'll say, in my neck of the woods. These are good people that are coming alongside, probably donating to the campaign. Let's talk about endorsements. You're not the only one in this race. Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder got the approval from President Trump. Is that a big thing? To me, outside looking in at your service in Cheyenne, you've never really been a guy to align with any one thing. You're your own guy, your own thought, your own vote. So, you align with Trump, I'm sure, on a lot of things. But is the endorsement game important to you at all?
Well, I think let's go back to those folks that have put their money in it, and you mentioned people that are putting their time and efforts into it. And ultimately, on August 18th, those are the endorsements that matter to me. I'm not a label guy. Let's go do the work.
Yeah.
Show up, listen, and let's go do the work. And that's how I've done this. I was in yesterday morning. I was at a coffee shop in Rock Springs, and a big tall guy walks in, big beard, and he says, "Hey, I'm so and so, and you remember about 5 years ago, I reached out to you, and we worked on this restoration of rights thing, and it made a difference in my life. I want to help you." So those are the endorsements, the small things maybe you did along the way that somebody remembers and comes along and said, "Dang, that made a difference. I want to be a part. I want this." And, we had a great visit. He took a sign. He said, "I'm going to talk to the guys I work with." And those are the things that, they're not the ones that people read about in the paper, but they're the ones that matter, because they're the ones that translate to, I'm going to tell my friend or my buddy or my spouse or whoever that this is the guy, because you made my life better. And that's what public service should be about. How are we making people's lives better? And if you can actually do it, that translates to endorsements one at a time, meaningful grassroots. And this is a grassroots campaign. This isn't a top-down, out of state. This is Wyoming, doing Wyoming things and talking to your neighbors and making new. My wife says, a stranger is just a friend I haven't met yet. And I've been meeting a lot of friends, new friends, as we go around the state. So, yeah, I understand. So for some people, endorsements are, have value. But for me, the value is in that young man that walked up to me yesterday morning and said, "Hey, it made a difference in my life." Or the firefighter actually in Uinta County that said, "Hey, fires are starting to burn. It's that time, it's really early, right? It's early for fires. But you've been a part of trying to make sure we have the resources we need to fight those fires, to protect the public. So those are the endorsements I think are powerful.
Eric, you can catch Eric Barlow on tour. Where is Eric this week? Shoshone, March 30th, Lovell and Powell on April 1st. And I'm betting you'll be in DuBois for that Veterans Welcome Home ceremony on the 28th.
Yes, we're going to be there. We've got outfitters coming up. We've got some teaching educator type things. We're going to be touching bases with educators. So lots of things going on. Thanks, Jake. It's a great Wyoming morning, and look forward to seeing you the next time.
Find out more online. Where's the website, Eric?
Barlow for WYO.com.
Barlow4YO.com. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Best of luck heading into August.
Have a great day.
You too. Cowboy State Daily. We got a break for news. Here it is.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Chad Auer, who served recently as a senior policy advisor for the governor, declared Tuesday he's running for superintendent of public instruction. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Auer said he hasn't sought any endorsements yet, but the governor has encouraged him to run.
Chad Auer has been working for the governor recently. He's got his Juris Doctorate. He's got experience in public education. He's got experience in government. And so you add him into this race where we already have Tom Kelly, a PhD, a state representative, a college professor, and you have really a heavyweight race. And Kelly said, yeah, I welcome Chad Auer into this race because it's going to be a good one for Wyoming.
According to Auer's biography, he served 2 decades in educational leadership and as a teacher, principal, and school improvement administrator before earning his law degree from the University of Wyoming. The 2,000-acre Haystack solar project that faced strong opposition from Natrona County residents last year is back. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that on Monday, project leaders were told by residents of the area that resurrecting the project will be a, quote, battle.
A company representative told us that they waited a year to just let things settle, but now they're back. And obviously, they've probably been working behind the scenes to revise the project a little bit. They said they work with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department to try and make wildlife corridors better in the project. That was one concern that residents had. But there's still concerns about fire, about water, about the distance for fire, if there is a fire, for trucks to get out there. So there's a lot of the same issues that residents are concerned about.
The initial project involved over 2,000 acres on the private ranch land, but the revised project adds 160 acres to avoid conflict with a neighboring rancher whose cattle grazing would have been affected by the former site plan. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. This is another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Know before you go. Plan ahead, give yourself plenty of time, anticipate road conditions, and consider alternate routes. Visit wyoroad.info for road conditions, closures, weather forecasts, web cameras, and much more. Download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This has been another driving safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. It took about 4 hours and a SWAT team from Campbell County to capture a reportedly armed Newcastle man out of a home on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Brandon Seuss was wanted on a warrant for a parole violation, but now faces up to 10 more years in prison.
When they went to get him, he locked himself in his house. And then he said, I've got a weapon here. I'm going to use it. And at that point, with the threat of, a gunplay coming in, they called in the Campbell County SWAT team. They sent their SWAT team out, had their big bulletproof shields, were able to go in, and they got the guy out. Now, the guy didn't come out peacefully. It ended peacefully, but the guy didn't come out willingly. They had to go in and get him. And during about a 4-hour standoff with police,
As for Seuss, aside from the warrant for a parole violation, he now faces 2 additional charges of interference with a peace officer. Each spring, western tiger salamanders emerge from their burrows in Laramie's neighborhoods to reach a pond in one of Wyoming's least known migrations. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that for salamanders, this is an epic and dangerous journey.
It is Wyoming's least known migration. It's kind of a hidden world in Laramie there with these creatures. They live in little underground burrows. You wouldn't think that they'd have a roommate that's a deer mouse. These guys will hole up with deer mice underground. It turns out to be good for them both. The salamander, the mouse poop, kind of attracts these insects, which the salamander eats. With all that breathing that deer mouse is doing, the environment's getting all humidified, which is what the salamander kind of needs. It is an amphibian.
Western tiger salamanders, at first glance, seem like tiny snakes, but they're not. In fact, they're not even reptiles, they're amphibians. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
All right, we're going to Rock Springs. Get ready. It's Mayor Max Mickelson is with us.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I would like this short highlight version, basically, of the State of the City address you gave not too long ago. It was your third, meaning, I'm guessing, doing the math, you 3 years as mayor of Rock Springs.
I just did my fourth term, or my fourth year, rather.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So what were the highlights? What are you happy about? I know we're going to shout out Public Works and the streets in Rock Springs, which are first class. We're going to talk fire, police, all that kind of stuff. Max, what's going on in Rock Springs? What did the State of the City sound like?
You know, one of the challenges that I think all cities are facing is recruiting enough firefighters and police officers. You go back a decade, we'd have 100 people applying for one position, and now we're lucky to get 2 or 3. And so finding those really high quality people matters. Our police department has struggled for a long time to be fully staffed, and we are approaching 100% staffing, which is a really wonderful accomplishment and is due to the leadership of my police chief. He is a remarkable person in that position, and we're very lucky to have him. And our fire chief, our chief of engineering and operations, does an amazing job of maintaining our infrastructure. Like the fundamental role of a mayor and a city is to hit those core government services and make sure that they're provided. And man, my team is knocking it out of the park.
Mayor, I heard you say if you're doing your job right, it should be a boring day in Rock Springs for the mayor.
100%. Boring is good.
Boring, it means everything's working. Toilets are flushing and potholes are filled. There's no fires to put out. How exciting is it to see your police chief swear in a new recruit on the police department and shake hands and say, man, we got another good man or woman?
You know, that is one of the best things that I get to do in this role. And to see he has it, you know, as many officers are as available, come to that ceremony and welcome them, and the culture that is being strengthened within our city employees is just first rate. And I am so grateful for them.
You know, is Rock Springs City Council and his mayor, is that a partisan thing in Rock Springs?
No, it's nonpartisan, which is sometimes a challenge, right? Max, the person, is pretty partisan.
Yeah.
I have some pretty strong opinions. Max, the mayor, doesn't care what party you're a part of or what your political beliefs are. If you live in our corporate city limits, you're my person, and that's my job to take care of you.
I mention that because we all know the kind of political world we're living in today, where we're so divisive. Like everybody's pulling in different directions. The extremes are all that matters. There's nobody in the middle. And we just talked to Eric Barlow running for governor. It's the governor's job to pull us all in together. Teamwork makes the dream work, Mayor. And that's like a mayor's role for Rock Springs. You have a lot of different interests in Rock Springs, a lot of different ethnic diversity. Like the mayor's got to bring you all together and unite the whole city.
You know, when I get to talk to high school students, I love to tell them that the best part about being mayor is that it doesn't matter what your faith is, what your political beliefs are. None of it matters. All that matters is you live in my city and you're my person. And, you know, that is also a fairly heavy thing because you want to make sure you're taking care of everyone. But man, to not have to participate in some of the theatric ugliness that's going on in politics, because it's not the role of a mayor, is a real privilege. And I certainly love it.
What else is going on in Rock Springs? Rock Springs is I love going down there for the rodeo at that big event center. It's a cool city, a vibrant city right on Interstate 80, so it gets a lot of, different Traverse City, rich in history. It seems like there's all kinds of different stuff going on in Rock Springs. I would imagine that's a challenging place to be a mayor.
You would think so, but I'm actually really pleased. Ever since I've been involved in politics, I have beat the drum that our system of government only works if the people are active and involved. And we have a lot of interest in our local government and a lot of people who want to share their thoughts. And I've worked very deliberately to create that environment and have done a lot of outreach through social media, creating web forms people can fill out for our agenda items, because I want the people talking to our city council and talking to me and saying, hey, I don't like this. And then we have the opportunity to say, well, this is why. And sometimes they're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And sometimes they're like, I don't care. I don't like that. And then we get to use our thinking and the feedback from staff and the information that we have to make the decision that's best for the city as a whole. And it is messy and it is sometimes a little bit conflict laden, but man, it is how our government is meant to work. And that is really cool to see.
It's all everybody's rising tide lifts all boats in Sweetwater County, unless the Tigers are playing the Wolves, and then it's all Tigers.
Well, and that is we still are one of those communities, and I talk to people who've moved here from other areas, and they love it because we are patriotic. We support our kids. We are. I like to say that America has always been great here, and we want to hold on to that.
What are some events going on? And speaking of events, coming up this weekend, the National Museum of Military Vehicles in DuBois everybody, it seems, is going to be there. I don't know how DuBois is going to fit all these people, but that's going to be really cool. Wyoming PBS documentary, the Vietnam. We had Lee Alley on the other day. That's going to be neat. Are you going to be there?
Unfortunately, I cannot go, but I met with our Legion, the Archie Hay Post Legion number 24 president, to see how the city can better support our veterans. And that was something that he shared. They'll be leaving from Western Wyoming Community College at 6 a.m. and it is free to Vietnam veterans. If you want to bring a family member or if someone just wants to go, if they have seats, $30 and all of your drinks and things are covered. It's a great deal. We're about to celebrate the 100th anniversary of our International Days Festival. So that will be something great coming in July. And then, of course, we've got the big show in August and all the wonderful events the events complex puts out. Our summers, typically our winters are pretty miserable, right? The snow doesn't fall horizontally, or it just falls horizontally. It doesn't fall vertically.
Yeah.
And in the winter, it can be more of a challenge to find activities around here to do. But man, in the summer, there is something every day. And we love to have visitors. We love folks. And we get them from all over the Mountain West that come for these events. And as always, we love to see that kind of participation. It's interesting to watch the demographics in Rock Springs shift. In the last census, almost 50% of the people who live here were not born here. So we're still very much a community that brings people in, and it's great to see them become active parts of who we are.
Are you pretty satisfied with that as far as growth? You know, depending on the community you're talking about in Wyoming, and we just had Kemmer in the stories the other day. Terra Power is expected to bring so many workers to that small community. They may grow too fast and wonder where to put them. Like, do you like the pace of growth? What is driving it in Rock Springs? Why are people coming?
I mean, the same reason that Rock Springs exists. They come here for work. I would like to see more growth. I always tell folks that in my perfect world, we'd have about 2,000 people move here a year until we hit around 50,000. And I wouldn't want to live here anymore because it's too many people for me. But that's what would be healthy for our city. And my job is not what I want. It's what's healthy for our city. So we are working on addressing housing issues. We're working with our industry partners to get the things that they need in order to grow. And we have so many, you know, Black Butte Power, Simplot, WeSoda. Like, there are good jobs here. But we also in Rock Springs have a lot of poverty. And figuring out how the government can facilitate growth that helps people and lifts them out of poverty is really a big part of our job. It's not the city's job. It's not the mayor's job to do business recruitment, but it's our job to make sure that we are business ready and business friendly, and that businesses see us as a favorable place to be, and that will drive that growth.
Mayor Max Mickelson now in year 4 of leading the efforts in Rock Springs, where it's economic diversification, emphasizing community engagement, and balancing growth with the quality of life. We just talked about that. And getting fire, EMS, police staffed up and keeping the streets on. I wish you a very boring day today, Mayor Mickelson.
Thank you, sir. That's my favorite. It's wonderful talking with you.
All right. Well, next time I'm in Rock Springs, I'll probably be fueling up. I always fuel up in Rock Springs before I hit the interstate. I might have to stop by and see where you live.
You should. Give me a call. I'd love to show you around.
All right. Thank you for being on.
Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That's Mac Mickelson, mayor of Rock Springs. We'll be right back with more. I haven't looked ahead of my schedule. Oh, Don Day with a weather forecast. I mean, we got to do that. What's the weather in Rock Springs? Windy, sunny, and really nice. Let's take a break.
The Wyoming winter? Not so great. About as disappointing as biting into an unsalted pretzel. But that doesn't mean it's going to be sunny and 72 degrees every day either. Cowboy State Daily has the best weather coverage in the state with meteorologist Don Day. Whether it's erratic spring snowstorms, record-breaking wind, or powerful thunderstorms moving across Wyoming, make sure you're tracking Wyoming's weather with meteorologist Don Day, exclusively at cowboystatedaily.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family. I thought you were on my
Once again, a good Wednesday morning to you. Cowboy State Daily back from break. Coming up this hour, we're going to check in with a former YDOT engineer and also a former Brigadier General, I believe. Luke Reiner will be on. Wyoming National Guard background, YDOT background. We'll talk about both those topics, including boring a tunnel through the Grand Tetons to connect Idaho and Wyoming. Why not? It'll only take money. And Elon Musk has got plenty of that and happens to have a drilling company as well. How convenient. And General Reiner will also talk about the Iranian conflict going on now and the fact that President Trump has ordered boots on the ground, it looks like, in Iran. And that's a whole different thing than dropping drone bombs. That's war, I think. But the latest is, I think, a 15-point checklist that if Iran complies, that things will go back to normal. What was that news? I saw that news on CNN. The U.S. has sent Iran a 15-point plan to end the war, according to the New York Times. Meanwhile, if you ask Iranian officials, they say, we're not talking to the U.S. There's been no talks. President Trump's never phoned here. We don't know nothing about that. But apparently Trump says he has ceased fire for the moment. That was the latest. I heard that President Trump has stopped all hostilities, all bombs from the U.S., until we know more about. He said he's encouraged by communication. Again, when you ask Iran, there's been no communication. But he said he's been encouraged by some communication, and the U.S. has sent Iran, according to the New York Times, a 15-point plan to end the war. In other words, you do this, 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 this. Stop chopping people's heads off. Stop threatening Israel, et cetera, and then we can end this war. But meanwhile, the Pentagon has ordered 2,000 soldiers from the Army's 82nd Airborne, and they're headed to the Middle East. So which is it? Nearing a resolution or ramping up hostilities? We'll see. We'll talk to General Reiner when we get him on, and maybe discuss more of that. But first, weather. That's the most important thing that's going to affect you today. Don Day is here with the day weather forecast. It's red flag warning for many, many communities. And boy, pushing upper 80s in some places. That's nuts, Don.
Crazy.
Crazy.
It's just not right. No, it isn't. Today, high pressure reaches its peak. So after today, we are going to cool off, but today's just nuts. It's going to be 70s and 80s, feeling like June, not March.
Mm-hmm. We're a month ahead of schedule, but March is always an up and down kind of month. So is April for the most part.
So is May.
Traditionally, but I think we throw all that out the window. Whatever happened yesterday and last year and last decade, none of it matters. It's just March, and it's 88 and sunny and red flag warning in Torrington. Get out of here. That's it. Is it all over? Is it that way in Montana? Is it that way in Idaho?
Yeah. If you take the Canadian border south, it's across the west. It's like that. Now you get north of the Canadian border, as you and I mentioned yesterday. It's damn cold up there. Sorry, darn cold up there.
Yeah.
And some of that cool air is what's going to leak in tomorrow and Friday. So, a lot of people on Friday will be going, oh man, I want that nice weather back, because a lot of places in eastern Wyoming that'll be in the upper 80s today will, like Torrington, may only be in the upper 40s Friday. So we're talking about a 40-degree swing.
Yeah.
But when you're starting in the upper 80s, 40 degrees cooler isn't all that bad, really.
Well, The 4-letter word we shall not talk about. We got a little bit of that, but nothing crazy. The other 4-letter word we're hoping on for spring is rain. Any precip in the 10-day forecast?
Yes. So while we will have a few showers with this front, I am getting more and more encouraged that next week we're going to break the log jam, at least for a little bit. Whether or not the log jam unjams itself for multiple weeks instead of just 1 week. But next week, starting especially Tuesday, we're going to see rain and snow move into the west Monday night, Tuesday morning. Then Tuesday into Wednesday, it looks like showers, some thunderstorms, and much cooler weather. That could be followed by another stronger system right behind it, heading towards, you guessed it, Easter weekend.
Man, these ridges of high pressure have set up ever since we kind of halted the whole cloud seeding program. Maybe that was working.
Do not go down that road. For the love of God, if you bring up cloud seeding or contrails, this conversation's over.
I get it. I'm just trying to just draw parallels to the crazy weather. Was unusual a month or two ago, unusual winter, and now it's gone straight to bizarre.
No, this winter is so off the charts.
Oh.
There's bigger things involved.
Yeah.
Bigger things involved.
But none of them include contrails or cloud seeding. Yes. Thank you, Don.
Oh, boy, here come the angry emails. Okay.
Thanks, Don.
Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast, Cowboy State Daily. Yeah, it is flat out. I mean, I think it's okay to call it bizarre weather at this point. 88 and sunny in Torrington. 80s across the state and 70s. And that's not just unusual for March. That's unprecedented. That's just bizarre. Okay, let's get into the room, and we're gonna keep on chatting. Let's keep it going with General Luke Reiner, with longtime YDOT engineer. Right? Where were you in a region, General Reiner, when you were in YDOT? Like Region 3, Region what?
Yeah, Jake. Hey, good morning. When I was, when I was in YDOT, I was actually the director there for 4 years after I retired from the military. So certainly was a wonderful opportunity to travel the state and get to know it really well.
Cool. I want to touch on just one, as long as we're being bizarre with weather, one crazy notion that we've on and off again talked about, at least in my neck of the woods in Jackson, and that's that commuter route over Teton Pass. Highway 22 is, for YDOT, always been an issue. YDOT, I've heard Wyoming 22 is the busiest 2-lane in the state. Certainly, if you hit it right about now, it'll be bumper to bumper. And then, in the winter, we've tried everything. We tried to make a snow bridge across the thing, and just before we did the ribbon cutting, an avalanche took it down. We have tried stuff on Teton Pass. There's avalanche mitigation. That is one tricky sucker for a engineer.
Yeah, absolutely. My hat's off, to those men and women that maintain that road. They do an excellent job. And I tell you, the crew that responded to that landslide when we lost the road, really, I did a phenomenal job.
Wasn't that something? To watch a big state agency that's, always perennial struggles with funding to just step up and fix a mountain in no time. That was unbelievable.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was really proud of those guys because they hit it hard. Yeah, absolutely.
So let me ask you, General Reiner, it is a tunnel which comes up now and then, any kind of a solution. Whenever I hear it mentioned, I think that's crazy talk. But then I look at 88 degrees today in Torrington. I'm like, that's crazy talk. And that is happening. It would be terribly expensive, I would imagine. And what would you be boring through? Like granite? Is it even possible?
It'd be a long tunnel, but anything is engineeringly possible. I tell you, when years ago, there's been studies done on it to take a look at it to see whether it's possible. Engineering wise, it's certainly possible. But to your point, the cost is really expensive. And I think when you start looking at the priorities of where you're going to put your money in the transportation system, that one typically doesn't make it to the top.
Yeah, as former YDOT director said, I think back in March of 23, let's just take money and a whole lot of it.
Right.
And I think you said I wouldn't hold my breath waiting for funding, but there is this guy, Elon Musk, and he's got money to burn, man. And he's got a company, the Boring Company. He's making tunnels in Nashville. He's got projects going on in Dubai. I mean, if he just said, you know, this would be a great I'll do it for half price just to put it on our resume for Boring.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, wouldn't it? Yeah, yeah. I'll tell you the other project that we always thought would be nice to fund would be sort of a reroute of I-80 and to follow Highway 30 between Laramie and to follow that route, because that, as you look at our road structure in the state, certainly, you know, that stretch of I-80 is closed so often based on weather, and there's just not much you can do about it.
Yeah, and you already have commercial truckers taking that little detour when the weather comes up. Is it I mean, again, that would be money, and we've seen cost estimates of building road today is crazy, but would that be enough? A little northern swing to get you off of the influence of that Elk Mountain and all that wind?
That would be enough, Jake. Is when, you know, there's actually been several books written about that. But when the interstate first went in, all of the locals said, "Hey, don't put the interstate where you're putting it. Follow the railroad. Follow the old Lincoln Highway. That's the right place to minimize the effects of weather." And based on the slopes and the wind that blows through there, and so, but the powers that be at that time thought it was prettier and a more scenic route, and that's where it is today.
Let's completely shift gears. Excuse the pun for Department of Transportation.
Sure. Yep.
And we'll, this just shows you what wide-ranging topics General Luke Reiner can speak on. Longtime brigadier general.
No, I was a major general. So
major general. Yes. Wyoming National Guard. We see what's going on now in the Middle East. We see what's going now, in the Trump administration, the sort of takeover / coup / oil stealing in Venezuela. That was pretty easy. My goodness, we did that in like one night. And then there's talk of taking over Cuba. That might be a little more difficult, but nothing tops the challenge of trying to get Iran to play nice with the rest of the world. And man, we're seeing what it's doing to the oil implications, Strait of Hormuz. You've been deployed in the Middle East, yes?
I have. 2004, 2005 was our deployment.
And was that Iraq and Afghanistan?
That was to the Iraqi war, correct.
So, what is warfare conflict in the Middle East today compared to what we all know of world wars, World War I, World War II? You're fighting evil. There is a clear winner when it's over. There's a strategy and an end game and a plan. With the Middle East conflicts, Iraq and Afghanistan, it's like back to guerrilla warfare. Yeah, do you even identify who you're fighting? They fight a different way with IEDs, and it's different. Middle East warring. General Reiner has froze up. Hopefully he comes back to life. That is internet, I believe, on his end. We look good with our numbers. General, I hope you can come back. The magic and challenges of technology on General's end. He is now out and maybe back.
Okay.
You back with us?
Am I back?
You're back.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Jake. Yeah, Jake, I think you were, when we lost you, I think we were talking a little bit about the war in the Middle East. And I will tell you, that you can discern who the enemy is.
Okay.
For me, as a soldier, as a military, you go and you serve this nation. And I think that's what I always really like to come back to here is our military certainly doesn't pick the wars that we fight. That's up to others. And then the task is to go accomplish the mission. And I always do like to talk about, the men and women who serve in this great military of ours. And, today, you've got sons and daughters, grandsons and granddaughters of Wyoming in service in the Middle East. And so, and not necessarily talking the Guard here, but talking about, our Wyoming sons and daughters who might be in the 82nd, Infantry Division getting ready to deploy, who might be in the Navy and stationed on one of those aircraft carriers that's over there, might be flying jets and dropping bombs. And so for them, the enemy is the task, and they're out doing God's work. And typically what you say is, hey man, keep them and their families, in your prayers, and because that they come home at the end of the day. So that's really where I like to go in these type of discussions, is talking about the men and women who are out there getting the job done.
Yeah, let's keep that in focus. General Reiner is with us. General Luke Reiner, a long time with the Wyoming National Guard. You mentioned the 82nd. There's a couple thousand that are headed to the Middle East, so we may be looking at boots on the ground. General Reiner, talk about that. It's one thing to lob bombs, do drone attacks and stuff like that, but almost anybody who served the military says sooner or later, if you're going to, reach your stated goals and you're going to end a conflict, you got to have boots on the ground. That's what's going to do it in the end.
Yeah, Jake, that's boots on the ground is a big deal, actually, and it changes the nature of the war. Now, certainly, the president said he doesn't intend to do that, but there is, obviously Marines en route, and as we heard yesterday, the 82nd. I think it gives it gives some options to our national leadership. I would say that I have a lot of faith in the ability of our military leadership to execute good strategy and good plans. You mentioned it already. The little issue there in Venezuela was well executed on the military side, and the same thing with Midnight Hammer. When you flew B-2s from Missouri all the way over and dropped bombs and took out a lot of their nuclear capability. So there's great expertise at all levels, and I've got a lot of faith that they'll come up with the right plan once they're given the direction of what to do. Certainly, I do. As we started this, the stated objectives were no nukes. We're, hey, we're going to destroy their missiles, and hey, let's make it so they can't project power and sort of limit this ability to do terrorism. Certainly, Iran has been affecting the world for a lot of years. You just go back, to hostages. You go back to a Beirut bombing. Even when we were deployed in Iraq, there's a bunch of improvised explosive devices, some really sort of specialized ones with shape charges that were coming over from Iran. So they've been influencing the world in many ways for a long time.
Yeah, we had Senator Cynthia Lummis on, and she said this isn't a war that started 2 weeks ago. This has been going since the 70s. This is decades long.
Yeah, I started talking 40 years.
Yeah. I mean, Iran, whether it's state-sponsored terrorism, and there's ties to that are irrefutable. Whether it's the rhetoric towards Israel, I mean, they've made no secrets. They want to wipe Israel off the map, and the U.S. while they're at it. I mean, if that's not tough talk enough, it is the reducing their ability to develop nuclear weapons. I mean, President Trump tried. Every presidents before him have tried bringing Iran to the table on that, and now we see where it's headed. The Middle East, from what you have experienced being deployed there, for anyone wearing camouflage, does it matter what the mission is, the end game? Is this about a regime change in Iran? Is it about oil? Is it about nuclear? Do you care if, when you're over there in Kuwait, in Iraq, does it matter to the soldiers what the end game is?
Yeah, Jake, that's a good question. And in the end, it really does not. It is, in the morning you get up and you've got a task at hand.
Yeah.
That's been given to you. And, you understand a why, and the why is important. But in the end, there's a task to do, to accomplish. And that's always what we ask our men and women to focus on is, hey, here's what the appropriate decision makers have decided.
Yeah.
And so now we have a job to do, which, oh, by the way, we all volunteered to be here, right? There's no draft. And so this is something where we say, hey, I will serve this state, I will serve this nation, and I will go execute, the orders that are given to me. So that's sort of the approach that's there. And really it's dangerous to start second guessing, why.
Yeah, that checks with any military folks I've talked to, veterans of military conflicts. They say the same thing. The big picture stuff, that's for the Pentagon. When you get to where you're deployed, it's all about having the six of your brothers and sisters. And if they're shooting at you, you're shooting at them. And it gets real simple, the mission, when you're there day to day.
It's very individual. And you're right. You're there for your brother to the left and right. And make sure everybody comes home.
Let me ask you one last thing, General Reiner. At what point would there ever be a point that, or what scale of a conflict would it have to be to see our Wyoming National Guard deployed? Would troops ever be overseas for that?
Yeah, that's, I'll tell you, Jake, we just got about 500 soldiers back from that theater last fall.
Yeah.
So that was our Field Artillery Brigade and our Field Artillery Battalion. And they were over there and they were actually shooting and conducting combat missions, not to the degree that you would if you were there today. But they were in theater shooting. The Air Guard has a deployment scheduled for this fall into, and that location is sometimes changes. But so, it would, in the standard, in normal rotation type talk, it would be several years before we'd see probably more people going. But you can never say never, because it all depends on the needs of the commander that are in theater. And so I would say, as you start wrapping this up, from the Wyoming Guard perspective, I would just always want to thank the state of Wyoming, thank the governor, thank the legislature, thank our residents for the support for the Guard, because the Wyoming Guard has tremendous support all across the state, and it really matters, and it makes a difference, and so certainly would pass that on.
Yeah. In Wyoming National Guard, rich in tradition and history, trace her roots way back. Well, thank you so much, retired General Luke Reiner, retired from Wyandotte as well. And it was enlightening to chat with you on a lot of different things, whether we're going to bore a tunnel through the Tetons or hopefully end this conflict with Iran and get diesel prices back under $5.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Thanks for being on. Appreciate it. Cowboy State Daily Show moving along as Andrew Rossi will be in next after we take this quick break.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Andrew Rossi stops in. Andrew, just picking up the discussion where we left it last with General Luke Reiner. We're talking about conflict in the Middle East, the war with Iran, and any potential solutions you might have.
None that I can pull out of a hat at the moment. I'm afraid international relations is a bit beyond my wheelhouse.
You're more concerned with salamanders and ticks, all kinds of gross stuff, which we will talk about. My solution is to send Reacher and Shia LaBeouf over there. End of hostilities. Reacher, played by Alan Richardson, who was recently in a TMZ video beating up his neighbor. He will not face charges, by the way. It turns out the neighbor admits he started the fight, but who would pick a fight with that dude? Do you know who I'm talking about, Reacher?
I do, yes. I saw the video where the guy actually stepped out in front of his motorcycle while he was riding it.
Right.
So.
Dude, I do not recommend that. Those are not just Hollywood muscles. Like Alan Richardson would throw a beatdown on you. And then
look at it from his perspective, Jake. He gets a chance to sue him for a lot of money, and he gets to say that he got beat up by Jack Reacher and won.
And won in court. He actually, I guess he did the right thing. He admitted that he started the fight, and Reacher has been cleared. But between that and Shia LaBeouf wanting to fight everybody in New Orleans, that's send them both over there to Tehran and let them terrorize them, Iran, with their bare knuckles.
Shia would say, do it.
Do it. Yeah. All right, your stories. What's with the salamander? It's a sure sign of spring. I thought that was the robin and the mountain bluebird.
Well, I would love to tell you about that, Jake, but I think that's a Renee story.
Oh,
that's a
sorry.
running joke for those of us listening who aren't aware. We have in our morning meetings, we have a running joke that a lot of us pitch stories that Renee's already written.
I have this great idea. Renee's like, did it, been there, have the t-shirt. Oh, okay. I just assumed a story. Salamander is like a mini dinosaur. I figured that was you.
No, I haven't quite crossed over into the amphibians yet. I've touched on most other groups of animals living and extinct, but not amphibians, except for the ones that had giant toilet lid-sized heads that lived back in the Triassic, but that was last year.
Perhaps we can get Renee's salamanders to eat your ticks, but I did think of this a week ago, and you thought of it as well. Many times I think of stuff, and then I see Andrew Rossi write about it. I'm like, wow, we're on the same wavelength. This lack of winter and early spring and jolted right to summer. I'm thinking, ticks. We probably didn't kill a lot over the winter, and they're going to be out like now.
And they are out now. We had reports of people getting covered with ticks back in February. It just hasn't been sustained. It hasn't been cold enough for long enough to keep the ticks suppressed or do a lot of die-offs. And as we know, ticks lay thousands of eggs because they have a high mortality rate. So they lay as many eggs as they can with the hope that a few of those eggs will be able to mature enough into adults and then produce the next generation. So when I spoke to the experts, they were thinking that there absolutely could be more ticks because not a lot of them died during the winter because it just wasn't cold enough, but that it might have moved their season up. So the good news is that we might have a shorter tick season in the sense that it's going to end earlier, but that means it's starting earlier too. So we might reach the peak of tick season in April rather than May when they usually expect it.
Yeah, everything's ahead of schedule, like a month or two regarding weather, which has also fallen under your beat lately. Are you the one you chatted with Don Day about a super El Nino? What would be that? What is that?
So yeah, an El Nino is a predictable weather pattern that impacts Wyoming in predictable ways, but there's some meteorologists out there who are looking at the conditions brewing over the Pacific and say they see the hallmarks of a super El Nino. I don't think that's a technical term, but what it is basically just the effects of an El Nino amplified. So if you're going to get rain, there's going to be more rain. If it's going to be dry, there's going to be more dry. There's going to be bigger hurricanes and all that sort of thing. So speaking with Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day, he agreed that there are signs that an El Nino is forming and the impacts could be reaching Wyoming by as early as April or between May and June is more likely. And that's good news in the broad strokes because that means a wetter, warmer season for Wyoming. And we really need that moisture if you haven't noticed. But the thing is, he's not on the bandwagon. He's certainly not on the super El Nino bandwagon because there's still so much time between then and now and everything can change. And he keeps going back to that volcano whose name I won't even attempt to pronounce. But that volcano erupted back in January of 2022, and it's been affecting the weather since at least late 2022. And he believes that it's going to continue impacting the weather for years to come. So we might get the best El Nino possible, but because of all the water that's still in the stratosphere from that eruption, and it sent, I think, 2 Lake Erie's worth of water into the stratosphere, it's possible that the impacts of that El Nino will be altered in a way that we can't anticipate because we don't have a record for it.
We got to blame the bizarre weather on something, volcano or I don't know. But Don Day, whenever it comes to that macro forecasting, when you get out past 10 days, certainly 2 weeks, Farmer's Almanac type forecasting, Don Day says, like, that's a coin flip kind of stuff. You just can't tell.
That's the funny thing about Don. You either go, a couple weeks ahead, 14 days at the most, and then you immediately jump back to 1976 or so. And here's the historical precedent for this time. It's interesting to talk to Don about that stuff, but he's got a lot of good facts to back up what he puts out there.
One more thing back to the ticks, because I noticed you did talk to McKenna Smith. She's an entomologist with Teton County Weed and Pest. I've chatted with her as well. She's so knowledgeable about bugs, but I'm afraid she won't come on the show anymore because the first question I ask her every time she comes on, I'm like, McKenna, bugs? Really? That's what you're an expert at? She loves bugs, man.
Hey, to each their own. You got to have people passionate about these sort of things. And the fact that she's out there collecting ticks so we can better understand them, that serves everybody. So more power to her. Bugs aren't my thing, but I'm happy to have her out there and enjoying it immensely. If you can get job fulfillment in something like that, like one of my new friends, he is so adamant. He is ride or die about Trona. He loves Trona. He loves talking about it. He loves the industry. And I'm like, Sam, I am not about Trona at all. I do not like being that far underground or underground at all for that matter. But if you like it, I am happy that you were there and passionately advocating for it because it is important.
Yeah, that soda ash Trona stuff, it makes the world go round. It's in like, oh my, you'll use Trona today. You'll be surprised if in some fashion or another. Andrew, it turns out the mythical jackalope might not be all that mythical if we go way back.
No, it did exist. You can find its fossils in Wyoming. It's Ceratogallus, which is this horned rodent that had true horns on its head. Because the jackalope, has antlers, and antlers are shed and whatnot. They are bone, but they're bony structures that can be shed and regrown. Ceratogallus had actual horn structures that stayed on its head permanently, and it's two giant ones right in the middle. And they were a head-on defensive mechanism, which is unique in the animal kingdom because lots of animals have methods that they use for defense, but they're not primarily there for defense. They're there for attracting mates or fighting for mates or just for other things like temperature regulation, or in this case, they thought the horns might have been used for digging. But speaking to the paleontologist that I spoke with, she said that after studying the horns, the most likely explanation, the one that makes the most sense, is that they were defensive structures because they don't really have the right kind of build for any other purpose beyond that.
Plus, as you noted in the story, I think the horns might be served as some kind of antenna feeler system because this critter couldn't see real well. How do you even know that?
Well, you can study the bone structure to get a good idea of like the size of, the channels where nerves were running. You can learn a lot by studying bones. And so what they did was they looked at the eyes and the optical nerves that would have connected them. They determined that Ceratogallus was mostly blind, like a lot of burrowing animals are. You don't need to have eyes if you're digging underground. You have other senses and other parts of your body to help with that. So that's why they ruled out the idea that the horns were used as like mating structures because they probably couldn't see them. And it's no good flaunting something if the person you're trying to impress can't see it. I've been through that a number of times.
Andrew, I got the perfect vehicle for you. If anybody should be driving a 1965 Ghostbusters Cadillac, that sounds like you.
I'm not really that big in the Ghostbusters, honestly. I've seen them. I liked them, just not really my franchise. But it's a cool vehicle to have, and there's got to be somebody out there who's going to see that and says, yes, I want it. And for $33,000, which was the price that they quoted me at the time, that's a pretty good steal for what you get.
It's iconic. It's pretty cool how they've tricked out this thing. Any copyright trademark infringements, I wonder? You're not supposed to do anything Peanuts and Charlie Brown. I wonder if Ghostbusters guards the franchise like that.
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, there's such a hobbyist community out there. You can't stop people from wanting to emulate their favorite movies by buying and altering these vehicles themselves. And the thing that's cool about that particular Ecto-1 is that it is the ambulance model of the Cadillac Sentinel, because that's what they use. It's not the same year as the Sentinel they use in the movie, but it is the ambulance variant, because most people, they make their Ecto-1s out of the hearse variant, but the one that they used in Ghostbusters is actually the ambulance one. So this one has the original siren. It has all the original lights. They're not usable at the moment because the Cody Police Department said it can't be confused for an emergency vehicle, but all that hardware is still there and functioning if somebody wanted to.
Oh, very cool. I mean, if you're doing the Ghostbusters outfit for Halloween, it's not complete until you roll up to the party in this rig and jump out with your ghost-sucking vacuum packs.
Yep, and your Slimer that can shoot silly string, which this one can too.
Yes. See, you're into Ghostbusters more than you thought.
Well, who are you going to call?
Who are you going to call? Andrew, you're the best, man. We'll see you Friday.
Yeah, I'll be around.
Awesome. Thank you. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Who are you going to call? Maybe Andrew Rossi. His story about the 1965 Ghostbuster Cadillac. It's up on the block. Ecto 1 looking for a buyer in the Big Horn Basin. I think you can find it usually in the Cody area. And Rachel Kaiser's selling it for a cool 30-something grand. Oh, might be a steal for this rig. It's got 115,000 miles on it. That's just barely broke in. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We're halfway through on a Wednesday. More to come. Lots more. Stick around. It's time now for news with Mac Watson.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Union Pacific engineer has been charged with being on drugs while driving a train loaded with 16,000 tons of hazardous materials across eastern Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Christopher Richards told deputies he fell asleep a little bit and possibly for the whole trip.
This Union Pacific train driver and engineer has been charged with reckless endangerment, also being under the influence of a controlled substance for an 8-hour trip that he did, driving a fully loaded, almost 16,000-ton train full of hazardous materials, flammable, some explosive type of materials, from Nebraska to Cheyenne. But he apparently had really bizarre behavior, according to this court file, that he urinated on himself a couple of times. He was just behaving aggressive and very bizarre with his coworkers.
Laramie County Sheriff Brian Kozak tells Cowboy State Daily that the train was stopped prior to reaching the depot in Cheyenne, adding that Union Pacific was very cooperative in the operation. Reed Reisner is accusing Wyoming Secretary of State Chuck Gray of hypocrisy for backing wind leases despite criticizing the industry frequently. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Gray fired back, calling Reisner's attacks desperate and linking him to Las Vegas values.
He's also had issues with specific leases. And so Reisner said that is an issue. He leveled some insults at Gray, and he also said that Gray did an about face on, and he did vote in favor of a gravel pit and then later came to be one of its biggest opponents. But Gray retorted saying that Cowboy State Daily should investigate Reisner's Las Vegas values. It's potentially a jab because Reisner had run to become city councilman in Las Vegas in 2017.
Gray and Reisner are in a growing field of Republican U.S. House hopefuls headed into the August 18th primary election. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This has been another safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The mayor of Mills is frustrated that a Tuesday ruling postponed and scaled back a 440-megawatt solar farm. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the project was supposed to transform thousands of acres of private land into one of Wyoming's largest renewable energy installations.
The mayor of Mills today told Cowboy State Daily that they've been tracking this, they've been holding up their end of the bargain, and they would like to see some kind of impact reassessment. You know, they hoped that maybe a new hearing could be set and they could make their case. Look, we fronted these costs. These delays are costing us. The mayor also said that there have been talks about adjusting the impact costs and perhaps NextEra stepping in and filling some kind of financing gap Mills feels like it's been stuck in.
The Industrial Siting Council on Tuesday approved an amendment to the Dino Solar Energy Project's permit, pushing the construction start date back to March 3rd, 2029. Don't Count Wyoming meteorologist Don Day is a believer in a much-repeated forecast for a super El Nino. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that although Day says conditions for an El Nino, which would bring moisture to Wyoming, are good, he says it's way too early to predict a super version.
Most meteorologists are hesitant to give you a forecast that's beyond 14 days, if that. So it's entirely possible we could be in an El Nino by the summer. But with the amount of time between then and now and several other factors, Cowboy State meteorologist Don Day says anything talking about a super El Nino coming is just clickbait.
Several meteorologists say that we're in for another El Nino that is forming over the Pacific Ocean. That means the ocean's surface temperatures are getting warmer along the equator, which always has wide-reaching impacts across the Western Hemisphere. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday, March 25th. And we are officially one day Reed Reiner lawsuit free. Reiner has not sued anybody today. You know how in the workplace they say, well, 45 days accident free? At Cowboy State Daily, we count how many days between Reiner lawsuits. Reiner and Secretary of State Chuck Gray, I guess you could have seen it coming. Obviously, Secretary Gray had a little bit of conflict with Governor Mark Gordon. Those two not BFFs. That culminated in you want to step outside invite. And now it seems, in Claire's words, initiated by Reed Reiner firing the first shot over the bow. Who's more Wyoming than who? China Chuck Gray is from California, says Reed Reiner, and Secretary of State Gray said, well, you're just a Las Vegas wannabe, Reiner, and here we go. It's campaign season, Claire.
It's campaign season.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, though, it would be fair political analysis to call those two the spiciest in the race so far.
Mm-hmm.
Neither a stranger to just firing shots at other politicians, certainly. But yeah, Reed Reiner on Monday reached out like, I want to call out Secretary Gray on the wind votes. Of course, Secretary Chuck Gray, as we reported prior, has voted in favor of wind leases on state lands at least 3 times. And then in 2025 especially became just a huge opponent of woke wind, both as a general concept and with respect to 2 bigger, much more controversial wind leases that he voted against last April. And so Reiner was like, I want to call out that contrast and the about face on the gravel pit. Gray had voted to approve leases on the gravel pit, and then he became one of its most vocal opponents. And he said those were buried in the consent list.
I can't get excited over the gravel pit thing, but I did note that Secretary Gray, as much as he seems anti-woke wind, as he calls it, yes, he did. He had cast votes as part of that 5-member board to approve some wind projects. So, Yeah, I noticed it. Reed Reisner noticed it, and off those two go. But that's a crowded race for U.S. House. They're not the only two. Probably the more fireworks are going to come from those two camps, but there are others. Who else is in that race? I can't.
So what's interesting about the spicy two is that they're both touting themselves as really Trump aligned, really MAGA.
Yeah.
And then elsewise in the race, you have former Superintendent of Public Instruction Jillian Barlow, whose claim to fame is that she steered Wyoming's public school system through COVID, and in some key areas on a nationwide, the NAEP test, Wyoming came out ahead of other states after that episode. So that's, I would call Barlow's claim to fame is she did hold the ship together. She also left during her term to take the same position in Virginia. And so that's the recent major maneuvers with Barlow in a nutshell. And then you have State Senate President Bo Biteman, of course, successfully got the state's 2-year budget out, passed his Energy Dominance Fund, which is a pool of state severance taxes that are now going to reinvest in the traditional energy industry. Wind and solar are not allowed to access that particular shred of economic development. Now, Biden, with respect to Trump, he's received direct compliments publicly from Trump for being a school choice advocate, and I think maybe one other thing in the past. In his interview with me, he cast himself kind of as a maverick, but was in favor of the promises on which Trump campaigned. And then you have David Geralt and Kevin Christensen. Geralt did reach out to us during the session, so I didn't do that interview. But, Casper-based veteran, some political chops. I believe having worked in D.C., I believe for Senator Lummis, I'd have to check my facts. And then Christensen, I don't actually know a lot about. I have yet to hear from him as far as I know, unless that email got quarantined. Happy to learn more, though.
Yeah, we had David Gerald on the show. Interesting guy. Yep, very interesting guy. It's an interesting mix in that House seat race. Gray and Reisner is certainly the more explosive, who can be the Trumpiest Trump. Jillian Barlow will have to explain the departure. She kind of abandoned ship as Superintendent of Public Instruction for a cup of coffee in Virginia, was not there long, and then left that to come back home. So, and then, and Bo Biteman, he did say he would wait. He's like, I got to do my first job first. It's the budget session. He did wait until he announced, so he's late in that race. That is going to be very interesting. Certainly crowded field.
We could get more. We could get
more. Yeah.
Of course, all eyes on that August 18th primary election. When I was just a little housewife, I used to be one of those that just went to the general election because I'm like, we're going to vote for the president,
right.
But in Wyoming, no. Go if you're going to go to one.
Oh, yeah.
Go August 18th because that's generally where your sheriff, your coroner, your county commissioners. I mean, unless you're in Albany County, where we see a little bit more of a party split. I mean, unless you're there, August 18th is where it's at. So go, unless you don't know anything about anyone in the races, then I guess maybe.
No, August. I mean, that primary, August is the big show in Wyoming. Certainly. I mean, that's where things will get decided because, I mean, we're so Republican Party. Do you think more so importance on August than November with the legislation regarding being able to flip parties and register, just get involved in a primary to mess it up if you want or whatever? Will that drive more people out or less or what?
I don't know. What is it now, May? You gotta know what,
declare.
It's just moving the goalposts. I don't know. Maybe it'll catch some. Maybe it'll catch some who, because our session doesn't end until early mid-March in budget years, maybe that crossover law will catch some who don't wake up till June.
and there's a Chuck Gray, Reed Reisner headline, and they're like, oh crap, I would have messed up this race, but I wasn't paying attention until now. I don't know. I remember crossover voting being a huge controversy during the first Gordon election. There's been and remain theories that the crossover voters elected Gordon, more moderate than his opponent at the time. And then during the Liz Cheney race, that was the big fear.
Yeah.
And that fear did not come to pass. Harriet Hageman absolutely walloped Liz Cheney.
Yeah, the meddling in primaries with crossover, which is now, I guess, made pretty much impossible. What about the race for superintendent of public instruction? Megan Degenfelder has declared that she wants to run for governor. That'll be a interesting race, the 34th governor of Wyoming. Still waiting to hear whether Governor Mark Gordon has any interest in a third term, and what would he have to do that? Is that as easy as we like to think it is in media? Well, you just rewrite the rule book. How would he do that?
It's not that hard because, well, it's my opinion.
Yeah.
This is news. My opinion. Okay, so the Supreme Court ruled that the term limits for the other state officials were, I'm very rocky on this, so just, I guess if anyone wants to blast me for being a little afraid around the edges, but I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the High Court of Wyoming ruled that Wyoming's constitution, lays out qualifications for office. And so term limits the legislature tried to impose didn't fill in that, and so those weren't lawful. But the governor at the time was not a plaintiff in that action. He didn't want to oppose the legislature for whatever reason, and so he didn't benefit from the windfall. And so, I mean, the precedent is there. I guess he just have to start his own action. I don't know what he's going to do. I'm watching my phone. It hasn't rang yet.
So if he tried hard enough, it would appear that Governor Mark Gordon, if he intended for a third run, could potentially do that. Meanwhile, I do want to get back to the superintendent of public instruction race. We had Representative Tom Kelly declaring, right? And then we have the latest, Chad Auer. Is that how you say his name?
Yes.
Yeah. So are they the only two? And do they bring any education background?
Yeah. So Tom Kelly is a college professor, and Auer, I believe, was a school superintendent, and then served a top ranking position in an earlier administration of the Department of Education. This is fun. I'm not an education snob at all. I come from a family of mechanics, and I'm proud of it, and that's its own kind of brilliance, absolutely. But this race, one with a JD, one with a PhD, highly educated, have very experienced, both experienced education and government. I'm fascinated. And Tom Kelly caught it too, because I interviewed him. Since Chad Auer got to have a little preview of his race in Tom Kelly's announcement story, I flipped the tables. I turned the tables yesterday and called Tom Kelly when Chad Auer announced. And Tom was like, I'm very happy to have such a qualified opponent, and this race is good for Wyoming. And I was like, wow, you hit on the head, because you have guys they're both very well versed in what's going on with recalibration, that can grapple with the technicalities and the issues, and that are smart enough to do so. I'm gonna have fun.
We had Bar None Mayor Peter Boyer on the other day, and the entertainment value of a Bar None town council meeting that could include a guest appearance from Bill Alleman. You never know if Representative Alleman will waltz in and declare nobody likes nukes, and Mayor Boyer's like, "Will you sit down already?" Or it could be a process server looking to serve papers on one of the council members. That was an unusual move, to use your public comment for anything not on the agenda to open the meeting to serve somebody on the council. I believe the mayor called it kind of a sleazy move. He said that was low, and I've been to Iraq twice. It was unusual. Have you ever heard anything?
Haven't. I'm not super close in the process serving world.
Yeah.
But okay, so I never have confirmed whether Reiner was the one driving that direction to serve his defamation suit on Dan Sabrowski, town councilman at the public meeting. I never have confirmed that. The process server during the meeting said the attorneys told me to do it here. I have specific directions from the attorneys. And so either the attorneys got direction from somewhere, or the attorneys thought it was a good idea, or, could be a convenience thing, could be a statement, could be anything. We don't know. We're all speculating, including the mayor. It does seem unique. On the one hand, Dan Sabrowski said it looks political, looks like a shame, public tactic. A lot of the commenters, and I had reached out to all three lawyers and Reiner and didn't get comments, so we don't really have that context from the other side.
Yeah,
we don't have the nether context. But some of the commenters decided to fill the gap and said, "Yeah, but it's so convenient. You know exactly where he is."
Yes, and any processor will tell you if you're serving papers, that's the biggest challenge. Find out where somebody's going to be at any given time and be able to access them. You've been served. It's certainly where this councilman's going to be at the meeting first thing. But, boy, it seems to play it out in public like that on live stream in a theater that has become more exciting than the secret lives of Mormon housewives. That seemed intentional. Like, I want to make a statement here. Bill Fix never got back to you. He's a lawyer in my area. No?
No. He asked for the video. So I sent him the video and then he didn't get back. You should have Reiner on. And
yeah.
Yeah.
See what? And we had him on back in the TikTok days when he was hoping to make a pitch for TikTok. We've had him on, regarding his run for House. So, he's in the news like every day. We should have him on. You're right, Claire. Anything else?
This is what happens when you multi-purpose your crime and courts reporter as your political reporter. You're going to find out all the political defamation suits. One fell swoop or three fell swoops.
And the dude that allegedly Adderall drugged that is just horrible. Peace, man, we were looking for him for a while.
Anthony Pease was reportedly recently out of prison, staying in the Byron area. And, I've covered crime a long time.
Yeah.
And usually this was unique. A lot of the, sex cases involving teen or younger girls and then males nearing 40 like this, there's, I don't know, they're different. There's usually a lot more grooming beforehand. And, the affidavit doesn't go back that far. So I guess we can't rule it out necessarily. But this seemed like a super sudden, as alleged, like force feeding Adderall, pushing alcohol, cornering her. And so this seemed like a super rushed, forced thing as alleged.
Rushed or taking place over a long time. I mean, whatever. This kind of stuff just hideous. It's a bad taste in my mouth. We got to get out of here for Larry Hicks. But one last thing. I want to ask you about Rachel Rodriguez Williams, who I understand is dropping the Rodriguez and wants to go as Rachel Williams. Can you verify that? And she's going to run for Secretary of State, I guess, huh?
Yeah. And so I saw the other day Chuck Gray endorsed her. So the incumbent, the firecracker lately, he endorsed her. And she told me, she was like, I am ideologically aligned with him. Mm-hmm. I might collaborate more indifferently with county clerks and other people. Gray famously has clashed with multiple county clerks of Wyoming because they don't want to see a lot of added curveballs and policies and deadlines come down, especially during an election year where there was all this legislation that Gray was pushing going into the session. And he has said, well, we have these loopholes. We need to close up these insecurities. We need to get these elections cinched up. And so there's been that clash for a long time now. And so I asked her about that. She said, well, my management style is different.
Yeah.
It's a delicate racial way of I guess distinguishing herself from that conflict.
Yeah, similar ideological align, but a different approach. I would love to have her on. She has not been on the show, so next time you chat with her, see if she is going to go Rachel Williams now, and please try to get her on the show. Tell her we're a friendly.
You're friendly. I'm just a giant neutral rain cloud.
Claire, have a great Wednesday.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Senator Hicks on next. Right after this break.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family, we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there.
Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Let's get back to it. Back in studio on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. And joining us now, Senator Larry Hicks, District 11 since 2011. And that includes Carbon County. And what else, Senator Hicks? Parts of Albany, Carbon, Sweetwater, is that in there?
It used to be Albany. Once the redistricting, it's the entire western or eastern 1/3 of Sweetwater County. So it has the distinction of being the largest Senate district in the lower 48 as far as number of acres. So
probably lots of diverse interests just in Rock Springs alone. We had Mayor Mickelson on from Rock Springs today.
Yeah, I don't go into the city limits at Rock Springs. I go from the Sublette County line to the Utah, Colorado back up and all of Carbon County. So it's the most rural district in the state of Wyoming with the largest number of municipalities with an average population of about 400 people.
Wow.
So,
You're governing for more pronghorn than people, probably.
I've always said if I knew which party they belonged to, I would sponsor a bill to give them the right to vote.
Which, now, that is a concern. You sit on some committees. You're on the Travel, Rec, Wildlife Committee, Judiciary Committee. You pretty much handle it all there at the state capitol in Cheyenne. Let's talk about the budget session that wrapped up, beginning with budget stuff and money. You know, by and large, just to recap quickly, the governor's rec budget was too high for the House primarily. Senate started there, whittled a little bit, and we all wound up close to what the governor wanted to see for a biannual budget. Pretty tight, pretty lean, I think, although the House had a lot more nudging going on there. How do you think it went? Are you pretty happy where it wound up, where Wyoming's going to spend money for the next 2 years?
No.
Oh.
The budget's such a large encompassing thing. It's the allocation. And when you look at the long-term fiscal profile, I'm not sure that we did the state a lot of favors when we look out 4 bienniums. And part of that was the way we allocated the money, not the total amount. Sometimes we get lost that the totals were the same.
Yeah.
There's difference within the distributions of where that money is spent. And so one of the big problems that I see is what we created is a lot of structural ongoing costs that, and let me use the example, the biggest budgetary item that the state's going to grapple with in the near future is K through 12 education. So we increased our total next 2 years is a little over $4.4 billion. And so you look at the big context of the governor's rec was just around 11. So you can start to, and that includes all the federal funds that come in for all the different programs. So we're now at, 40% of our entire budget, or better than 40% is just K through 12 education. The reason that's important, because if we take a decade-long average, that increase is almost 4% a year. So over the next decade, you're looking at another substantial increase. And so in my 16 years in the legislature, K through 12 used to be 20% of our budget. And in 16 years now, it's over 40% of our budget. And that's because of those automatic escalators that built in 4%, 4%, 4%. That's a decade-long average of the growth. And at the same time, student enrollment's going down. We have over 3,000 less students today than we did 6 years ago. So student population's going down, costs are going up, and at some point in time, and we look out there, it is the single biggest looming budget breaker for the state of Wyoming.
Interesting. Senator Larry Hicks with us. We're talking about that recalibration that actually got done. Some lawmakers okay with it, some a little bit of heartburn. How do you reconcile, Senator Hicks, the fact that Wyoming does spend traditionally a lot of money per student compared with other states? We certainly spend money per student, yet we do want to pay our teachers. It's one of the most important unsung jobs. How do we get those two to come together?
Well, and so one of the controversies was this recal bill, and I'm tremendously disappointed with school administration. And so one of the battles and one of the precursors to the House failing the introduction wasn't the fiscal conservatives, it was the education cartel. Those legislators that I say are a little overly friendly to maybe education. They're the ones that voted against the recalibration bill. And prior to this is what they did in that recalibration bill for the first time, to get to your point, Jake, is they protected teacher salaries. And then we actually increased teacher salaries more. One of the controversies is we capped administrative salaries and we put them in a silo and said, you can't borrow money against teachers or energy or anything else to pay for administration. And so what we got was pushback statewide from school administration, primarily superintendents. if you look at the model salary and where we tend to overspend, it's superintendent salaries, chief fiscal officer. So it's all that administrative component is where we've been breaking the model and overspending there and not adequately funding teachers. So this recalibration bill does that. But some of the pushback we've got is, oh, well, you shouldn't be capping superintendent salaries. That's a local decision. I've always supported local control, but I've always said local control with somebody else's money isn't really local control. In other words, the state funds the schools. It's not local dollars.
Yeah.
We're responsibility for funding the school system. So wouldn't you like to have local control of your bank's balance sheet?
If only.
Yeah.
Senator Hicks is with us. Let's talk about the two highlight things we saw come up during the session, even before the session, certainly, and that's funding for the university. You earned a bachelor's degree at University of Wyoming. What do you think about how that all played out?
I still think we need to do some work with the university. I think it's an integral component. We're the only four-year university in the state of Wyoming. I think I'd like to see more emphasis back on programs that meet the land grant mission, which is to service the state of Wyoming. And I think they've made good strides. I think the governor's appointed some new trustees there. I think that we've turned the rudder on that ship, but we still need to make sure that there's a captain on board that knows that goes the same direction that the rest of the state does. So I think they probably cut too much out of the university. What I'd rather see us, rather than cut, is strategically allocate those funds back to those areas that are very important to the Wyoming economy and the culture, and just make sure that we're moving in the right direction for the future of the state of Wyoming. So let me give you an example. Over the years, the legislature has directed a number of the Tier 1 engineering school, the School of Energy Resources. Those were legislative-driven things. They weren't university-driven per se. And so I think there's still a role for the legislature to continue to help steer that ship. I don't know, that's where I'd prefer to see the funding not necessarily cut, but reallocated to some of those areas that are more consistent with what the economy and the customs and culture of Wyoming are.
Areas in curriculum like crop science, that's where we ought to be concentrating, right, Senator Hicks?
Well, let's talk about our three big economic drivers.
Yeah.
Number one is minerals, number two is tourism, recreation, and number three is agriculture. So if we're really going to service the state, those sectors need to be in those supporting things like the business school. Wyoming used to be one of the best in what are we talking about, turning out country lawyers, in other words, generalists, to service people in the state of Wyoming. And so that's the direction I think we need to continue to move with the university.
I think that message was sent and received, and certainly the incoming president of the University of Wyoming, whoever he or she is, that message is probably already taking root.
You think so?
I think so. I think it's been broadcast well by media and by lawmakers in Cheyenne. The other big ticket item, the headline item, was the Business Council. Many say, the state needs to do something in the area of economic development, help pave the way to, we don't want to be a boom bust state. We want to be diverse. We want to be welcoming to business. If we don't do it, there's other states doing it, yet we don't want to be doing welfare handouts. Where do you stand with Business Council? Are they necessary? Do they need reshaping? What's going on there?
So let's first talk about the big picture, Jake, and that's what we want the future of economy to look like. And I've always said I'm for economic development, but I think it's economic development on Wyoming's terms. Quite frankly, I think any economic development has to be consistent with the values in Wyoming and value added. We're a commodity-rich state, and we don't do a lot of value added in that state. Now, specific to the Business Council, they've done some really good things, and I think to a certain degree, they've also done some really bad things. And so, again, I think we're in a situation with the Business Council. I was disappointed to see Senator Crumb's legislation We need to restructure and refocus the business council back to those things. But economic development for the sake of economic development will destroy the state of Wyoming. And so just think of the Wasatch Front, and we're probably not going to compete with Los Angeles, Montana. Don't want to be the Wasatch Front. And so we need economic development, but it needs to be consistent with our customs and culture and value added. And the business council needs to be restructured to deliver that.
It needs to be done in a cowboy way, a brown and gold way. I would think maybe PRCA and trying to get that headquarters in here fits that ticket, or what?
No, I think that was a good move. And I think that was for the very reason that the legislature set up that tourism reserve account, as to be able to use on these large projects. And, the other one that's near and dear to my heart is the state shooting complex up there in Cody.
Yep.
Again, that's another one that has the chance to be a giant economic driver consistent with the culture and the values of the state of Wyoming. And so those type of things, I think, are an excellent use of that tourism reserve account money.
What we saw in the budget session that almost overshadowed the whole thing and derailed it from day one is the checkgate deal. Rebecca Bextel bringing checks, but her backing of legislation driving out of Teton County that has implications in other parts of the state. This affordable housing mitigation that some counties employ. At one end, some folks call it a fine for developing and unconstitutional. At the other end, it is meant to mitigate the impacts of development, which we've seen happen in Jackson, Cody, Sheridan. Do you think that whole checkgate thing ruined the bill? And what were you? Where did you stand on the whole notion of what the bill was on the Senate side, anyway?
No, I think it was actually good legislation from a standpoint of is we can't allow local jurisdictions to what I clearly feel that was infringed on constitutional rights, extorting money. Government using government power to exaction fees for just your ability to use your property. It really hinges on the edge of infringement in the constitutional right. Now, the whole checkgate thing was just an unfortunate sideshow. That was, again, I would chalk a lot of that up to the overall inexperience of the legislature. And it's a different place than when I came in. There was just a lot more seasoned legislators. There was more decorum, more collegiality amongst legislature. It's a much more divisive, inexperienced body, and things like checkgate just illustrate that.
Yeah.
I will guarantee you, since it's statehood, there's probably been campaign contributions passed around in the Capitol. Now we just have the technology that somebody can snap a picture. And so I don't think that was probably the first time that's ever happened. It's just the first time it was captured at the media that we have today. Is it right? No, I think we've addressed that issue with our rule system and addressed it well. But it was unfortunate that it painted a black shadow over something I think the legislature needs to address.
The legislature in 2026 is not the same as what it was in 2011. You've been there a while. But on a negative note, in many ways, we just don't civilly discourse and things aren't what they used to be as far as how we do lawmaking once a year. But this budget session certainly had a lot of eyes on Senator Hicks. Did you hear a lot from your constituents, more than usual, about feedback like, hey, what about this? Or I want to know more about that? Or people telling you how to vote? Was your email inbox fuller this go around?
Well, I don't count them anymore because there's so many of them. It's impossible to keep up with it. And I've always told people, if you don't put your name and say, I'm a constituent in your district, I don't have time. Literally, some days it's 300 emails, and some of them you just get spammed by these lobbyist groups. One of the most egregious is the Wyoming Gun Owners Association. They just put crap in your email and put alerts out there and stuff like sap of legislation, and you can easily get 150 in one day on some lobbyists putting out misinformation like WIGO does. That they're just a bad organization, and so at some point in time, you try to sort that out with what's true information from constituents, but it's getting more difficult all the time.
Yeah, I imagine that whole Second Amendment protection action. Yeah, I'm sure gun lobbyists sent out really stern warnings. Hey, watch how you vote here, because we're keeping a report card. I don't. Any one last thing, Senator Hicks. What's in the future for you? You're going to keep on keeping on what you're doing? Any aspirations in the political season here?
Oh no, I'm done. I did my 16 years of public service. It's been a wonderful opportunity to serve the state of Wyoming. It's a different place and different times now, and it's time for some of us just to tip our hat and ride off into the sunset and say good luck. See you later, partner.
Ride off on a foxtrotter, maybe.
Absolutely.
You rocks in a trotter or two. I love it. Hey, thanks for everything you did in Cheyenne. Appreciate you coming on.
You bet. Thanks, Jake.
Senator Larry Hicks joining us. Let's take a quick break. Come right back with Jared Petrino. We'll talk UW sports after this quick break.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Petrino is up to as we talk University of Wyoming sports. Spring football in the air. Our early look at who could be taking snaps for University. I think Coach said he wants to still say it's a wide open job. Jared Petrino joins us. Could be the Wyoming homegrown kid. Could be this transfer hotshot. I don't know.
Yeah, it's going to definitely be. It's the first time, and we've gone to a spring where it's an open position, and I'm excited to see how it plays out. Obviously, you got Mason Drube and a kid from Gillette competing right now, and with the new guy, and obviously he knows the system a little bit better, being under coach for at least a couple years. But at the same time, it's fun to see that it's going to be fun to watch a competition play out for the quarterback position. So.
Yeah, and what do we want our quarterback to do in Laramie? I mean, so much of the game has been wide open now. Quarterbacks have to be a dual threat. They got to be able to run and throw. Tyler Hughes fits the bill with the running kind of guy. And Mason Drube, man, you'd love to root for a hometown dude. But who has the inside track? I would imagine with a new offensive coordinator that Tyler Hughes is more in the mold, but I don't know. Is it truly wide open? We don't know who will be starting next fall.
Yeah, I think it's you look at when Wyoming's probably been its best. It's when they've had a guy that has been able to extend plays and go off schedule and do those things when the play breaks down. And Mason can do that. Tyler can do that. And watching him run, he can definitely move. Tyler's got 1 year left. We brought him in for a reason. You'd like to possibly see Mason learn for another year. He probably was put out there probably a little too early last year than he needed to be. So it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if he got another year to be underneath the system and with Coach Taylor and hopefully. But who knows? But Mason's got the opportunity to go win the job too. So whoever the best guy is going to be is the ones going to be taking the field against CSU next August. So.
And Jared, how can you assess and extend the play off script kind of quarterback like number 17 was and still is at the pro level? Like, I don't know if that shows up at a spring practice. You're supposed to be doing design play. Here's the play. Here's it, until you're launched into the fire, so much of it is a feel for the rush and escaping the right way. And it is so much just a feel of the actual game. I don't know how you can access that kind of guy you want in a spring practice.
Yeah, it's definitely tough when you got guys that are mobile that like to extend plays because you got the D-line screaming that there was a sack because they touched him, but
right.
But at the same time, it's so I know exactly what you mean, but you can tell just the way he's able to break the contain of the pass rush or knife through the middle of the offense and defensive line, and Coach Savell made a comment yesterday in his press conference after the first practice. There was one play where the D-line didn't even touch him and he would have been gone for 30 yards. I mean, so it shows you how explosive the kid is and how he can run. And so I think you're able to see it in those things, but it's definitely, you make a good point. Sometimes you don't know until the bolts are completely flying. So
the prototype of the new successful quarterback, and I think what scouts and GMs look for at the NFL level is somebody who can think by the seat of their pants. Never mind what was in the huddle. It's it's the pre-snap read and then just winging it, man. We do value that, it seems. But tell me, Jared, how much that stresses, let's say, an offensive lineman. Let's really get into the detail. Offensive linemen, they know the play call, they know the job, they know their blocking assignments. When they're asked to continue, blocking for a quarterback that when you turn around, you don't know where he went. Is that harder or does not it change the job? The job is don't let that guy behind you.
I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's, sometimes that quarterback can make you look real good because you got beat real bad, but he made your guy miss and he can take off and do that. But it's also can be frustrating sometimes for an offensive lineman because you're expecting to protect a certain spot and where the quarterback is. And sometimes that quarterback will not be in that spot and will run right into a sack. So that can be frustrating too. But at the same time, I think you appreciate having someone back there that's mobile because he can, more times than not, he's going to make you look better than the other way around. So especially if it's a guy that can be explosive, like a Josh Allen that can do those things. Yeah, there's going to be times where it might not be the best situation for you because he ran into a sack that your guy you were blocking, that you're keeping him off the spot. But at the same time, that more times than not, he's going to be able to run away from pressure and make you look better too. So
yeah. And sometimes these what looks like a fire drill, coaches, it's the kind of thing where coaches, hey, did they have a plan drawn up? The offensive coordinator has a plan drawn up, and while it's happening, they're pulling their hair out. No. Oh, yes. Yeah, I love that. Tell me, before we go to the defensive side of the ball, how important is the quarterback receiver relationship when you got a guy who could go off script a little bit? And how much is pass play design actually more off script than it used to be? When we played sandlot football when we were kids, the wide receiver over here, your job is to go out 10 yards, turn around, do a button hook. You're going to fly down there and you're going to do this. The quarterback knows exactly what you're going to do. But so much today, success in a passing game is in feeling things, zone defense, a receiver feeling like I'm open here. I know what the play call is, but I'm going to stop and turn around, and the quarterback jiving with his receivers and mind melding. That's today's passing game to a large part.
Oh, 100%. I think it's a huge relationship that you have to have. I mean, shoot, Josh and Tanner Gentry had that thing. I mean, those two were like, some of the throws that you look at his highlights, like those guys, Tanner's not open. He just throws it to where he thinks he's going to be, and he goes and makes a play. So it's very important to have that relationship and being able to work with your quarterback, and he wants you to go somewhere, and without him having to point it out, or he knows exactly where you're at. So it's going to be big for these wideouts and these quarterbacks. To just work on that. It's got to be a huge investment, because like you said, you made a good point. A lot of football right now, I'd say it's increasing more and more in the pass game where it is off script. It is our extended plays that are just backbreakers to a defense, because you defended the play on paper, but you didn't defend the play on the grass. And that's the hardest, that's the most stress you can put on a defense. So, so then it's about guys making plays, and hopefully, you're able to move the chains when you, and do those things. There's nothing more backbreaking to a defense when you've stopped a play, but at the same time, they found a way to convert a third down or convert a big play because, one guy broke contain or made a play, and one receiver leaked out. And because when a quarterback's scrambling, that's when the defensive eyes go to the backfield, and that's the last thing as a defensive coach, you do not want your players looking in the backfield, and that's when guys get open. So
yesterday was the first of 15 spring practices. That's why these spring practices so crucial for quarterbacks, especially, to develop a relationship with their receivers, to be on the same page. Like, yes, that's what I wanted you to do on that play. And then the ball's in the air, trusting your receivers with 50-50 balls like Josh did with, what's his name?
Tanner Gentry.
Tanner Gentry, man, that time, a lot of times that looked like they were just sandlot football, but it's important. It's a lot of work that goes into making plays like that happen. Let's go to the defensive side of the ball. Jared, how much does that stress your cover guys, your secondary, when a quarterback can leak out of the pocket and step up in the pocket, just extend even by 1 or 2 seconds the coverage? That puts a lot of strain on a corner, especially if you're a man-to-man. It changes the game if you're a safety or a corner.
Yeah, absolutely. And Coach Chabelle made a point of that in his interview after practices. Is these quarterbacks alone are going to make their defense better, because there's weeks where they'll face a quarterback that has the same athletic ability to extend plays. So having it just get to see it in practice every day is going to help them immensely as far as pass rush lanes and keeping quarterbacks contained. And then obviously when the plays are extended, working on your scramble drill where you're locking up on receivers and staying in coverage. So it's going to be huge for those guys. It puts a lot of stress on you, but it's reps that are valuable that you can never get anywhere else. So
just hearing that whistle blow at the War, man, in Laramie, I'm getting excited for football. It'll be here soon enough. Let's go to the basketball court. Early exit for obviously the NIT for our Cowboys, and now an exit in that stupid portal. Demarion Dennis has declared, the sophomore guard, averaged about 11 points for the Pokes this season. He's heading out.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday. That's a tough one. I thought he really started playing well, especially towards the end of the year. He did a lot of good things, was a great defender. But sometimes these kids too, sometimes they put their name out in the portal just to see what's out there. And, I don't know, maybe it's a chance that he's just testing the waters, but who knows? Yeah, it's unfortunate because I thought he fit the system well. Him and Coach Wicks had a great relationship, but sometimes these kids can get bad advice from somebody too. So, but it could be something personal too. Maybe he's got to get closer to home or something too. So, you just never know the scenario.
Yeah. On the subject of college basketball, how's your brackets doing? You in good shape, bad shape?
I'm about in our family pool. I think I'm in the top 5. I think I'm 5th place. So, but my 10-year-old son has beaten me. He's beaten everybody. He's let me know every single day about it. So, but.
Yeah, it's been a crazy one. We saw weird things happen, but yeah, more bracketology, Sweet 16 kicking off this weekend. Hey, Jared, Thanks for popping in.
Absolutely. Thanks, Jake. Have a good weekend.
Yes, you too. Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday. Halfway through the week, more than halfway through the show. We got a break for news, and our final hour coming up should be the best hour yet. So stick around, stay there, and thanks for doing it. Time now for news with Mac Watson.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Chad Auer, who served recently as a senior policy advisor for the governor, declared Tuesday he's running for superintendent of public instruction. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Auer said he hasn't sought any endorsements yet, but the governor has encouraged him to run.
Chad Auer has been working for the governor recently. He's got his Juris Doctorate. He's got experience in public education. He's got experience in government. And so you add him into this race where we already have Tom Kelly, a PhD, a state representative, a college professor, and you have really a heavyweight race. And Kelly said, yeah, I welcome Chad Auer into this race because it's going to be a good one for Wyoming.
According to Auer's biography, he served 2 decades in educational leadership and as a teacher, principal, and school improvement administrator before earning his law degree from the University of Wyoming. The 2,000-acre Haystack solar project that faced strong opposition from Natrona County residents last year is back. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that on Monday, project leaders were told by residents of the area that resurrecting the project will be a, quote, battle.
A company representative told us that they waited a year to just let things settle, but now they're back. And obviously, they've probably been working behind the scenes to revise the project a little bit. They said they work with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department to try and make wildlife corridors better in the project. That was one concern that residents had. But there's still concerns about fire, about water, about the distance for fire, if there is a fire, for trucks to get out there. So there's a lot of the same issues that residents are concerned about.
The initial project involved over 2,000 acres on the private ranch land, but the revised project adds 160 acres to avoid conflict with a neighboring rancher whose cattle grazing would have been affected by the former site plan. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. This is another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Know before you go. Plan ahead, give yourself plenty of time, anticipate road conditions, and consider alternate routes. Visit wyoroad.info for road conditions, closures, weather forecasts, web cameras, and much more. Download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This has been another driving safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. It took about 4 hours and a SWAT team from Campbell County to capture a reportedly armed Newcastle man out of a home on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Brandon Seuss was wanted on a warrant for a parole violation, but now faces up to 10 more years in prison.
When they went to get him, he locked himself in his house. And then he said, I've got a weapon here. I'm going to use it. And at that point, with the threat of, a gunplay coming in. They called in the Campbell County SWAT team. They sent their SWAT team out, had their big bulletproof shields, were able to go in, and they got the guy out. Now, the guy didn't come out peacefully. It ended peacefully, but the guy didn't come out willingly. They had to go in and get him. And during about a 4-hour standoff with police.
As for Seuss, aside from the warrant for a parole violation, he now faces 2 additional charges of interference with a peace officer. Each spring, western tiger salamanders emerge from their burrows in Laramie's neighborhoods to reach a pond in one of Wyoming's least known migrations. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that for salamanders, this is an epic and dangerous journey.
It is Wyoming's least known migration. It's kind of a hidden world in Laramie there with these creatures. They live in little underground burrows. You wouldn't think that they'd have a roommate that's a deer mouse. These guys will hole up with deer mice underground. It turns out to be good for them both. The salamander, the mouse poop, kind of attracts these insects, which the salamander eats. With all that breathing that deer mouse is doing, the environment's getting all humidified, which is what the salamander kind of needs. It is an amphibian.
Western tiger salamanders, at first glance, seem like tiny snakes, but they're not. In fact, they're not even reptiles, they're amphibians. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Hi, I'm Susan Lucci. I never thought about heart disease until I had my own heart event. I had heard many times that heart disease is the #1 killer. It went in one ear and out the other, frankly. I never had a health issue, but suddenly I had that pressure, that elephant pressing on my chest. By the time I got to the ER, the doctor decided to give me a CAT scan. I had a 90% blockage in my main artery and a 75% blockage in the adjacent artery. I received 2 stents in my arteries. Stents developed through research funded by the American Heart Association. That's why I'm in front of you today. I'm so grateful to the American Heart Association. Their research helped save my life. Put yourself on your to-do list. It could be the most important thing you ever do. Learn more about the American Heart Association's life-saving work at helpheart.org.
And we're back at it. Final hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday. Joining us is Director Brian Nesvik. I hardly recognize you without wearing red.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem right.
Food every day.
We in Wyoming, so proud of this guy. Brian Nesvik, former director of the Wyoming Game and Fish, now been kicked upstairs, so to speak, in Washington, D.C. He's directing the efforts of the Fish and Wildlife Service, and that's a huge gig. How are you handling the change, trading Wyoming for Washington?
Well, I'll tell you, first of all, I really miss Wyoming, and this is definitely a lot more equivalent to a concrete wilderness, is what I call it. Much different lifestyle, but we do have some great opportunities to do some really good things at the national level. So it's been a great experience.
Probably a lot less fly fishing in D.C. than there was in Casper, certainly, where you grew up. So let's talk about, obviously the big thing, but and I do want to stress it's not the only thing. There's a lot of things Fish and Wildlife Services got to attend to. In your term there, you're going to be concerned with big game migration corridors, invasive species, wildlife disease, all kinds of things. But man, it's the delisting of the grizzly bear, this constant political football. I think I heard you say there was some kind of timeline for it. I know Wyoming is all pro about it. I know you probably hear from our Congress, our senators Barrasso and Lummis and Congresswoman Hageman about it. But where is that in the timeline of things? Is the grizzly bear? What do we got to do to get that over the finish line, and then deal with the certainly the lawsuits when we do?
Yeah, well, I think first it's really important to understand that this administration, President Trump, has been very clear that dealing with recovering species, and then once species are recovered, taking them off the endangered species list is a high priority. This particular issue, as a lot of people in Wyoming are very familiar, it's been ongoing for decades. The recovery of the grizzly bear has been, those efforts have gone on for multiple decades, since the beginning of the enactment of the Endangered Species Act. But because of that, it's very complex. And what to get right to your question, my goal is that we are in a position to be able to, the law dictates we have to go through a process to make these decisions. We have to involve public comment, and we have to consider the best available science and commercial data when we do it. My goal is that we're able to work through that and make a final decision within 2 years.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I did here, that 2-year timeline. Is it for you and the agency, is it sheer numbers of bears, or is it complex? Is there a lot of data that's got to feed your decision? Because we hear about, genetics being the grizzly bear's ability to be mobile, to get all over the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. Is it just sheer numbers of bears, which we have, or is it more than that?
No, there's certainly, the law prescribes that you've got to consider more than that. And essentially there's multiple factors. There's 5 actually factors that are listed in the law that you have to consider. So one of those that's really important to Wyoming and the West is, ensuring that there are adequate regulatory mechanisms that are in place if the bear was to be delisted. That's a really key factor. Absolutely, genetics, disease, habitat availability, all of those different variables play into the decision. And it is a large volume of information, and it's a very complex legal issue as well.
And it's just so, we've seen the Endangered Species Act it's an overused phrase, but it has been weaponized to hold up development. It has been used so politically, and I mean, you're in the hotbed of politics. You can't avoid it. Look at your nomination, went pretty much right down party lines back in, August 25. I'm trying to think where I was going with this, because I don't want to really talk the politics of the grizzly bear. I want it to be science and what's good for wildlife, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the other part of this that's really important, and not just with grizzly bear, but with all endangered species, once recovery is achieved, the Endangered Species Act says delist. Once recovery and you've achieved success, then delist. And what that does is that frees up resources to be used on species that are not recovered, that really actually need time, attention, and funding. And so that's really, we're very focused on that. We're very focused on looking at species that are recovered, and then when it's appropriate and they meet the requirements of the law, moving them off the list. And I do think we're going to have some abilities to do that, not just with grizzly bear, but with other species as well, during this administration.
A Fish and Wildlife Service concerned with wildlife, which, in Wyoming, Montana, Idaho, the western states, you can still see wildlife. Wildlife can still live its life, and humans can live ours. But boy, more and more with population growth, it's tougher and tougher to maintain a healthy wildlife, whether it's elk, bears, wolves, anything. Talk about what is the agency doing, Fish and Wildlife Service doing, overarching. I know, the state has concerns with its migration corridor. Our neighboring states do, but, in D.C., the macro perspective, what are concerns for wildlife and making sure the United States still has wildlife we can enjoy?
Well, I think there's very little disagreement around the notion that a primary factor impacting the future of wildlife across our entire country is about available quality habitat. And so a role that the service has is through directives in law from Congress, we are charged with administering several different acts that provide granting, a lot of them to states, grant funds to states and to other partners to be able to go out and conserve habitat on the ground. And the service we really have a large role in this through our refuge system, the National Wildlife Refuge System, and then also through wetland easements. So there, a lot of the work that the Fish and Wildlife Service has done over many, many decades has been focused on migratory waterfowl. And that is there's some really great success stories there. And we are continuing to do that in this administration. The president's talked about Make America Beautiful Again, and he formed a commission, and they have been very supportive of looking for these opportunities to really work on habitat for wildlife. It's one of the key factors that influences the future.
Let me ask you, whether it's the EPA, the CDC, the change of administration and the agencies under, a new president, how fast can you affect policy change? And is that important to you, Director Nesvik, when you took the position? How, there had to be a change of the message, a change of the narrative from the Biden administration. How does that get all the way through the agency to the very last person working at one of the 570 or so national wildlife refuges?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's a lot different than it is in Wyoming. I can tell that because the federal government's so large, there's a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of red tape.
Yep.
It's a challenge to make things move and to get things done. That was one of the things that was really important to me when I decided that I would come do this, is I had to feel like I had an ability to do some good things. The way you do that, I think I rely heavily on experiences and skills I developed in Wyoming, to be able to deliver strong, solid messages to people, to give them purpose, motivation, direction, and explain the why. And that's been my approach with the team here. There's 6,000 employees that they're roughly that have a responsibility or on the team. And so that's been a lot of my work, is articulating the new direction, articulating what the president's priorities are, and then how we have a role in that and how we're going to affect that.
We're talking to Fish and Wildlife Service Director Brian Nesvik, formerly Wyoming Game and Fish, and doing all that, Director Nesvik, with not enough money. You're talking about a federal agency that, ahead of the doging of Elon Musk, probably was running pretty thin, pretty bare. I mean, how's the funding? Can you get it done with the dollars you got?
Well, I can tell you this. I believe we can. I think that we are looking at ways to innovate and to use technology to look at our processes and to just become more efficient. And I've already seen places where we can become more efficient and do more with less. At the end of the day, we've got some things that are going on right now with looking at making sure that we're aligned with the resources we have available, and also looking at kind of doing an audit of how we do business. I think when we get done with that, we're going to know where we have gaps and where we need to fill those gaps with additional funding, but we're also going to see where we may be able to move things around to fill those gaps in without additional funding. So we'll see where it goes. But right now I'm focused on trying to do what we can with what we have.
Director Nesvik, the 19th director of the Fish and Wildlife Service. So in Wyoming and in the West, a lot of it is grizzly bear. Let's say grizzly bear. For you, what is the number one concern? You've got it's the whole United States you have to be concerned with. Is it invasive weed? Is it, cheatgrass? Is it what would you say is, yes, I hear it. Grizzly bear, we're on a 2-year timeline, but what else is top of the list for you at the agency?
Yeah, I tell you that you already mentioned it. One of the highest priorities for this administration and for wildlife is invasive species. And I had no idea the scale at which invasive species affect wildlife habitat all across our country. I mean, I was obviously in Wyoming. I knew all about cheatgrass, and I helped wage the war on the cancer of Wyoming cheatgrass. I worked on quaggas, trying to prevent those those species from coming into Wyoming, and so far successfully. But at the national level, there are so many invasive species. I've been dealing recently with Asian carp, and we've been working on trying to coordinate efforts on Asian carp. But these invasive species, you go to the islands, the Pacific Islands, it's just amazing at the impacts that an invasive mosquito can have on really rare birds, as an example. I mean, so I do think that, invasive species is a huge issue for wildlife. Certainly the habitat issues are big for wildlife. When you're talking specifically about challenges to wildlife, those are probably the two I'd put in the top.
Ecosystems are so delicate, and with this day and age of air travel, that one dude trying to smuggle in a whole mess of ants from China. I mean, it does not take much to just tip a balance and mess something up when it comes to the ecosystem. And boy, we got to protect it. Thanks, Director Nesvik, for coming on. I hope you can get back to Wyoming real quick. After, you're done doing what you're doing in Washington, and thanks so much. We're all proud of you in Wyoming. That's for sure.
I'll tell you what, Wyoming has been darn good to me and so darn supportive, and I'm so proud to be from our great state.
Well, don't become one of them in D.C. Keep your
temporary assignment. Don't worry.
I like that. Hey, thanks for being on. Have a great day.
Yeah, take care.
That's Fish and Wildlife Director Brian Nesvik working for us in D.C. We're going to talk with diesel mechanic Troy Lake, straight out of prison he is. And we'll catch up with the diesel delete mechanic right after this.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found. Hey, how you doing? Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home. I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna. It only takes a spark to make a fire start. Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. this place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday. And final hour, final guest, saving the best for last. It's diesel mechanic Troy Lake. And you may remember, it's good to see you, Troy, not wearing prison orange. I'll say that.
Yeah, that's for sure. Or green. It was green down there. But yeah, it was quite eventful.
Troy Lake is the diesel mechanic that gained national fame. Cowboy State Daily story. We were alerted to your plight, the saga, and that was the EPA. It was almost too hard to believe that the EPA was, kind of tactical gear SWAT team and weaponizing their enforcement of regulations when it comes to Clean Air Act and what diesels can do. And I don't understand it. I barely know, when the check engine light comes on in my diesel. So catch us up onto what you were doing, and then we'll get to why it got you in trouble. But this was Biden era EPA policies trying to make our trucks, our big rigs, anything that run on diesel, trying to make it run cleaner. But really what it ended up doing to someone who is a mechanic and who understands the design of engines said that you're just crippling these machines and you're making them worse. So what did you do? You came up with a workaround and a delete.
Yeah, mostly it started back in probably about 2007 when the EGR system is actually the culprit. But as the world goes on, and all we did was make things worse, because our government, if we have a problem, we don't fix it. We just add to that problem. And that's kind of what the whole scenario went with this. Was you had the EGR system, DPF, and then the DEF system now. But we were able to work around and figure out long before that stuff was on there, basically the engine's the same. And we added these devices. So turning that stuff off and saving, not only in the trucking society, but farmers, ranchers. We got a lot of farmers that are truck drivers, so every day that they were losing with this truck down. And back in the COVID deal, it got real bad because we couldn't get parts. Things sat for 2 or 3 months, and they were still making truck payments. They couldn't, farm truck, they couldn't run it waiting for parts. So, they come pleading to me, is there a way we can go around this? And then what really got me probably more interested in is when we had the fire departments, the ambulances, these things, school buses. There was a set of school buses out in Kit Carson County, eastern Colorado. They were sat on the highway for 6 hours in a snowstorm with these kids on them.
Yeah.
This is stuff that people don't hear, and it just doesn't work. But we got the engines are dirtier now internally. They were all worried about NOx is going out the tailpipe, but that's one portion. But now we're containing the engine. They're wearing out faster. They're not lasting long. So, and parts are costing more and more money, even today. It's a tremendous downfall. But we have a solution. We've got some things in the works that will help. We just I wanted to come on with you.
If only the EPA, the big federal agency, would have consulted a diesel mechanic or two, they might have seen some flaws in their idea and their design. What they made, what they mandated, was a diesel engine that basically was choking on its own exhaust, and what in the reality, you had fleets of ambulances, fire trucks, school buses, and your average Joe's pickup truck that just weren't running efficiently, if running at all, and especially in cold weather. And what Troy Lake was doing is he became the guy, and from surrounding states, he was the guy who could fix it for you. And you must have been doing it pretty good, because you caught the attention of the feds. And one day EPA shut that deal down. They took your records, And they hauled you off to prison where you served half that term until you were pardoned.
Yeah. Yeah. And thank goodness, with like Senator Lamas and President Trump, and they, a lot of Wyoming people, we have some 40 state senators and reps. They all got on board, and Wyoming was big in this pardon. And, in the calling of that, this is the way I feel. I'm not a person that goes to church every Sunday, but I believe in God. And I think with this pardon coming on, I believe we're set out for a mission. We're going to Washington. We're doing things to make a difference, helping Senator Lummis, Senator Sullivan out of Alaska. Really all the cold weather stuff. We're making waves. We got a foundation that, Diesel Freedom Coalition to help other people that are in the same situation I'm in. There's a lot of them. I mean, we had the day after I got raided, another company in Michigan, the Diesel Freak, Ryan and Wade, they were rated the same way, and the thing is way back when it was a civil offense. Well, it still is kind of, but the government took it, and EPA made their own rules and laws, and which they couldn't do. But they treated us like we were drug lords. I mean, they literally had FBI agents with M16 coming through the front door. Yeah. Have no idea in the back door. I mean, it just overreach is horrible. I mean, they're still doing it. That's the thing that's bad, is it's not stopped. I mean, you get west in Washington, there's to this day. I mean, we have a kid up in Alaska who we're trying to help. I got pardoned on November the 7th, and Trump wanted all this weaponization to go away, and they still prosecuted this kid. I mean, it's like 28 or 29 years old, has a child, and he's charged with a felony. He really wanted to get back. He was in the Army, I believe, or something like that. Well, he wanted to re-enlist up in the Air Guard up there as a mechanic, and because he's charged for felony, he can't. This is the weaponization that our government's doing, and Trump wants to stop it. And the biggest thing is because what happened to him, this is what people, so when I got raided in 2018, yeah, that was Trump was president, but he didn't know what the three-letter group, I mean, he's a businessman. He didn't know exactly what they're doing. And then all of a sudden in 2020, Biden he changes it from a regulation to a law, or tried to, because it really wasn't a law, it's a regulation. But the EPA, my deal, the whole thing, it's not only just EPA, it's the Forest Service. Look what happened. You guys reported with the Mod family up in South Dakota,
right?
And there's Wyoming connection there on the Lance Creek. This is what everybody's not aware of. It's not stopping just with EPA.
Yeah, when federal agencies, I won't say they're going rogue, but it is overreach. It is like, the way they clamp down and interpret whatever a presidential administration's mandates and laws is, like, aggressive. Like when machine guns show up on the ranch and in your diesel garage at Elite Diesel, that's a little heavy. President Trump gave you the full unconditional pardon last November, but the persecution continues, you say. You're not the only diesel delete mechanic or mechanical works diesel that is trying to make them run right and has come under EPA's watch. They're still going after other mechanics. Do you know about?
Yes, there's lists of them. I mean,
yeah.
Most of them right now, there's a group of in Washington, a gentleman, I don't know, this Pete Sorrow out there, he's prosecuting and pushing things in that area. So it's Idaho, Washington, Alaska, things in that nature. And so what happens, we got cubicle dwellers. We got like Lee Zeldin, he's in charge now, but he's asked these people, but we got people who've been in the government 30 or 40 years. They don't like what Trump represents, so they're still pushing this. And when, if you and I would do that in a regular world, we'd be fired. And this is what needs to happen to these people. And we have we've got some attorneys, a guy by the name of Ed Martin and Sean Hayes that works directly for President Trump. They want to know these people. They want to know, other people being weaponized out there. We need to know this so we can make attention, because Trump administration wants to fix it. And the problem that people see, like the DOJ, Pam Bondi, they all work for Trump, but there's a lot of people below them that don't really agree with everything going on, and they're just going rogue. And that's what we're having here. We gotta stop that.
Yeah, even though Lee Zeldin is in place at the top of the flow chart for EPA, you're right. As the chain of command gets down to them working in the cubicle, they either haven't got the message yet or are ignoring the message, which is President Trump saying we're not going to treat these diesel folks like criminals. I mean, that just isn't right. The weaponization needs to stop. President Trump's executive order 14147 ending the weaponization of federal government was signed January 20th, 2025. That message has still not got down to some mechanics. We're going to talk about why Troy Lake, who got his pardon, didn't just walk away into the sunset and go back to, he is taking up the cause for other mechanics like him who don't have their pardon and don't have their, they're still under scrutiny and under pressure. I want to talk about your efforts and what you're doing. But first, I want to ask you if the EPA had come to you or comes to you tomorrow and says, here's what we're trying to achieve, can we do it a better way? You're a mechanic. Design it so these trucks can run in cold and we can still kind of achieve what we want to do with clean air. Is there a way to do it? Can a mechanic ought to be able to tell them, set them straight?
Oh, yes. And it's easier now. We got common rail stuff. We got so much better stuff back. So like when the EGR come out in the 70s in cars, if you look at it, now we don't have that, but we got O2 sensors. We got ways of the car tuning itself as the altitude, everything changing. We can do that in the diesel market also, and more so easier. There's several of them like myself and said Corey Willis out of Louisiana, in the pickup market. We've said this all along, and there's two ways to achieve what the government wants, is two or three ways, but our feeling is, give us the guideline or the numbers you want and let free enterprise do it. Don't tell us how we're going to do it, because we got better ways. We always have. Private industries always has done better. And this is where, when we have, with Senator Lamas doing her act, we get in front of the Senates and we're getting our message out there. We got just today, I got an email from Emmy that works for Senator Lamas that there's a representative out of Georgia, Collins, is on board now. And that was just this morning. We're getting more and more people. Senator Sullivan, Nebraska Senator Pete Rickett, we've gotten more. Utah, Mike Lee. We're getting there. We're getting the trucking association. They're getting involved now, and Kevin Hawley from our Wyoming president of the Wyoming Trucking Association. He's really on board. We just try to get our message out. I'm on my way down to right now to the Mid-American Truck Show to talk to people like that. Getting our name out there, getting our our cause. Helping. We got that Diesel Freedom Coalition of people want to help donate, because there's a lot of these people that the government's broken. I mean, I can admit. I mean, if I'd have been in prison much longer, I wouldn't be in business, because we found some people to buy and finance our building. I mean, we were that close, and it's just because of the government weaponization. So, everybody, and I feel, reaching out to the Wyoming people, there's no better. I mean, obviously I'm a little biased because I'm a native of Wyoming. I was born in Newcastle, so we kind of get a little biased, but we have really, really good people that will help get the noise, our message out there. And they know people from other places. We can, all of us work together. We can get this done.
We're talking to Troy Lake. He's not the only one that was branded a criminal by the EPA. There's Ryan and Wade of Diesel Freaks. There's a long list of other diesel mechanics that are coming under pressure, if not, being heavily fined, et cetera, et cetera. Troy, I want you to tell me a little bit, relive the nightmare that was being sent to prison. I know you were in a minimum security prison, but prison's prison, man. And I can't believe it got that. When I heard your story, when Senator Lummis heard your story, we were outraged to think that just a regular, mechanic can be sent to prison for doing his job. That's crazy. That had to be scary. All along, you had to be thinking, this is a nightmare. This can't be happening.
Well, yeah, it is. And, I was sent to Florence, Colorado. So the day I got sentenced on December the 5th, the government shut down 6 camps. So the way the rule is, they have to send you they like to send you the closest that your family can visit you. Well, so I end up going to Florence, which is where the ADX Max is. So that's on the same compound I was in, the minimum security, and ADX and the U.S. Prison Max. So I wasn't directly every day involved with, being in the mix with the maximum security people. I mean, there was a lot of gang stuff, MS-13 people. It was kind of a eye-opening deal. So when my wife dropped me off that morning, yeah, it was on February the 10th. It was snowing. I sat outside the gate for them to come and get me for an hour and a half with the jacket on. It was snowing. Then I go through, the process. But there was a counselor there that when he seen what I was in there for, he was just shaking his head. And he said, "Well, I have a diesel pickup," and he says, "I'm going to get you into our maintenance, our diesel shop." And so that was the second day I was there. And then, of course, you had like this 28 days of waiting, but I still went to that diesel shop every day, and I couldn't do anything but as things went on, the time there with President Trump and cutting money back and Doge and everything, they didn't have any money. So they had me working on their own buses to transport prisoners all over the United States. They were bringing these buses for me because they were having the same problem that every single person, the emissions EGR system, just a DPF. We weren't deleting anything, but I was cleaning and trying to keep it running. And, so when this is where I got my thought, and, my wife every day said, well, they're working on the pardon, and my sons, both my boys and everybody tried to keep me up. I mean, they didn't tell me a lot of things because they didn't know a lot of things. I mean, it was, we had later on, and when it come in about July is when things started really looking up on the pardon thing. But yeah, every day, I mean, there's nights when they come in there and ransack and tear your. So I wasn't like really behind bars per se. I mean, the windows, there was kind of big range. They wanted to compare it to a college dorm. I said, well, it's not like that. I've been to college, and we had nothing like that. But I think the hardest thing I had was you got 60 people and men that all snore different, and it was hard to even sleep. But you you never even knew. You kind of, I mean, we got raided. They're looking. There was, and it opened my eyes because of these inmates were getting drugs and they're getting phones. They're getting everything in there, and have no idea how. Didn't really care. I just wanted to keep my nose clean and stay out of trouble. But for them, every day, and the administration, they're another ones that this is another aspect of a 3-letter, the prison, Bureau of Prisons. They don't know, but there's a lot of the administrations there. They just fight Trump too. Yeah. I mean, and they did everything in the world to try to, my wife, because I was supposed to be out July 10th, and they kept me 52 days longer. And, but my wife was, writing the regionals, and And I got threatened in there. Well, if she keeps contacting them, they're going to keep you for probably take all your good time away and you'll be here a whole year. It was just stuff like that. It's just like, and the sad thing about it is I can see why normal criminals are going to be back into it. They have no way of being reintroduced to some sort of a talent out in the real world.
Yeah.
They're just, and that's sad.
Yeah, and for you, that was minimum security. Imagine maximum. Yeah, if you get turned out, that's why you're going to be right back in there. That had to be eye-opening to you. Alcatraz, it was not, but it's still incarceration is incarceration. And it's the height of irony that you were recognized by folks on the inside for saying, well, that's silly while you're in here. That's absurd. And by the way, we could use you to do exactly what you were doing on the outside at our in-shop. Troy Lake find himself on the wrong side of the razor wire, and it's just absurd what the EPA did to him. When we come back, we'll tell you about what Troy is doing now in the Diesel Freedom Coalition. He didn't take his pardon and just go back to his everyday work. I imagine he's working on diesels, but the Diesel Freedom Coalition to make sure the next Troy Lake doesn't have to be sent to prison. Troy, stick around, and we'll talk about that when we come back.
Oh, look, another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
And we're back talking to Troy Lake. You can read the whole saga and catch up. And the Cowboy State Daily, Claire McFarland wrote a bunch of stories about what went on with Troy Lake, the diesel delete mechanic that was sent to federal prison by the EPA, branded a criminal until he was pardoned by President Trump. Now, other diesel mechanic, the persecution continues by the EPA, as Troy said, and other mechanics doing something similar are still feeling the heat from a leftover Biden-era administration, that the 3-letter administration that's just running rogue a little bit, running roughshod over diesel mechanics. And maybe that other mechanic in another state does not have a sympathetic ear like Senator Cynthia Lummis. If not for her and her involvement, maybe they don't have money to lawyer up. It continues. And for that reason, Troy Lake is not just taking his pardon and saying, yeah, you guys are on your own. I'm out of here. You have started up this coalition. What's it all about? The Diesel Freedom Coalition. Tell me about it.
Well, it's a group of us. So we have a high-ranking lawyer out of Boulder, and then we've got several. There's a Jeff Daughtry, and Cheyenne, and then we've got my son and Troy Jr. and Carson. We kind of come up with this group to help. Not only just the diesel mechanics, but other people that are weaponized too. But it's a coalition to help gather up, because it costs a lot of money for presenting out to Washington and things that these people don't have, so it's just a group of us that feel like I do, that we need to make a difference. We have a time to do that. We're wanting to get it done sooner than later, but like I said, there's a lot of people that call me are the mechanics, but we get other people who say, well, I have this, this looking over my shoulder. So it's kind of a group to help everybody. And then on top of that, we're able to present a solution to the government on how to, on our case with the EPA, and try to make things better overall in the diesel market and make a difference. So, and this is just a fund that we can help people like myself, help other people. That's probably the biggest thing with it. We're able to, with this coalition, is help get help with Senator Lummis's plan on the deaf deal and Senator Sullivan's and stuff there. So these are just means of trying to help us help them, and I'm reaching out to not only just the Wyoming people, we got it, but all over the country. That's why I'm going to this truck show, is to help present that too. I guess I'm kind of the face of this now with this full pardon, and that's the way we're. So sometimes it takes something like that to make a difference in the world, and that's what we're trying to do with this Diesel Freedom Coalition.
Yeah, like it or not, you're elected the poster child for the whole issue, EPA. And we shouldn't have to defend ourselves against our own federal government. It's scary to think whether it's, the Forest Service coming after, some kind of border property issue like we saw at Lands Creek, or whether it's, a mechanic working in the garage trying to make a truck run better, a bus run better. The government should not be going after its own, man. That's a scary thought.
And it's, you could just do your taxes wrong.
Yeah.
And you're going to end up in prison. It's people don't realize things happen. It's like the Mod family up in what you're talking about, the Forest Service. That fence was there 75 years. It was handed down family-wise, and all of a sudden they just come in and they say, well, that's in the wrong place. So not only just they're going to criminally charge both Heather and Charles, in that to go to prison, and they are a young family. They had young kids. Send them both to prison over something, and it's just a cubicle dweller trying to, I don't know if they're just trying to set a point, I can do this, and, or they just don't know. I don't know, but it's something that's got to stop.
Yeah. And it's a big reason why, senators, your state senators, your congresspeople, hopefully they're plugged in for you like our Senator Cynthia Lummis was, and took issue with the issue and stood up for Troy Lake. And President Trump made it right with the pardon, but it still goes wrong depending on where you are. We still see this EPA crackdown on diesel, and as Troy said, we can make stuff run right. We don't need to do it the way the EPA does it. It really does. Troy, one last thing, like cold weather bus, cold weather, a fire truck, you call a fire truck and it's 20 below. Is it going to get there because it's rigged up with this emissions exhaust stuff?
Well, for instance, we have this way back when we had a fire department that actually happens to be down in Cheyenne, but every 100 to 150 calls, they would go into a derate or shut down because of that. And so when we did delete it, it went from that to 7,000 calls and never had a problem. So it was reliable in that turn. But what people aren't aware of, and this is the fire department, they have these testers like H2S and just on their bodies. So these things would reach inside that building. If they didn't know what was going on, they would have to evacuate the building. But what we're trying to stress to a lot of people, the death is not only detriment in the cold weather, but it's a death warrant for all our bees, our pollinators in life. This is what most people don't even know about. And so bees, pollinators, that's a necessity in life. I mean, MIT is trying to make a robotic bee. That's so stupid. I can't believe. But this is what our life and our world, and people aren't aware. So, if we start touching people to where, in the farming, the growth, or, even a leisure of somebody drinking wine or something, this is detriment, and this is people aren't aware. Overseas in the UK, they've been studying this for many, many years. Well, they haul bees different than we do over here. We haul them by semis, to go to California and back and forth, North Dakota, down in Colorado. So they're researching. We had, there was another reason why we started deleting for a group of guys out of Colorado or Castle Rock that hauls bees. And they were noticing when they got to California that most of them were either dormant or they were dead. And now the California was turning them back. These are things people aren't hearing or seeing, and this is what the emission stuff. So we've got better solutions. We don't need this type of realm. And when the government gives a research facility back in North Carolina money, and the government said, well, these are the numbers we want. Well, when they start from the wrong foundation and the wrong platform, everything's going to be wrong from there. And that's what we tried to show. That's what I tried to show EPA before they put me in prison. And all they would tell me is, well, Mr. Lake, you don't understand. That's something to deal with Congress. You broke the law, so you're going to prison. They would not even listen to it. This is how messed up our government is.
Well, I'm glad things have turned out for you. Troy Lake is on the show, Cowboy State Daily. He's the diesel delete mechanic, was sent to prison, served about half that term before he got pardoned by President Trump. And hopefully the EPA has the message now under Lee Zeldin that we don't need you're not the military, EPA. Let people live their lives and do what they do. Keep on keeping on, Troy, and I'm glad things have turned out good for you. Let's hopefully we get the message spread all across the country, coast to coast. The Diesel Freedom Coalition. Look that up on the internet. Find out how you can get involved. Thanks for being on, Troy.
Thank you, and thank everybody else.
You bet.
Appreciate it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake rolling along on a Wednesday, and we're just about out of time. What a great show we had. Right off the bat, joined by Senator Eric Barlow, who has declared he wants to become the 34th governor of the great state of Wyoming. Eric Barlow declared his candidacy back in August, and I think he was the first one to say he was running for governor. Everybody else was waiting, jockeying for position, waiting to see basically what Harriet Hageman was going to do, because polling suggested she'd be a shoo-in for governor. But nobody asked Congresswoman Hageman, do you even want to run for governor? And then when Senator Lummis, speaking of Senator Cynthia Lummis, decided she was done at the Senate, that triggered a whole bunch of dominoes. And now we do have a semi-crowded field for governor. Eric Barlow was one of the early ones in. We had him on the show. We had Rock Springs Mayor Max Mickelson on the show today and telling us all about the state of the city of Rock Springs. He just delivered the state of the city address in Rock Springs, the third time he's done so. Interesting city to govern if you're the mayor of Rock Springs. Rock Springs, very diverse, certainly the energy capital of Sweetwater County, one of the major energy capital places in Wyoming. You think of Gillette, Casper, Rock Springs, they do energy, but they do a whole lot more. They do all kinds of stuff. And Max Mickelson shared time with us this morning. That was fun. We had General Luke Reiner on, talked a little bit about the Iran conflict, whether the Wyoming National Guard could be deployed over there. Senator Larry Hicks wrapping up the budget session. Jerry Petrino, Jared and I discuss UW and all things sports. And Fish and Wildlife Director Brian Nesvik, how he's settling into the job in D.C. Prior, he was Game and Fish Director and now been kicked upstairs and back east as he's running the Fish and Wildlife Service, and Troy Lake was just on. Great show. We'll do it again tomorrow. Have a great Wednesday, y'all. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way.